Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to attend tonight's council meeting. For the record, it's June 6th, 2024, and the time is 6:30. I'll begin with the roll call. Council, when I call your name, please say here or present. Mayor Maxton.
Here.
Councilmember Stroop is not present. Councilmember Roden.
Here.
Olvera.
Here.
Kerner.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
And Menchow.
Present.
With 6 members of council present, a quorum is declared.
Thank you, Christina. And would everybody please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Wow, that sounded really good. I think that's the loudest it's been. Hey, I'd like to thank everybody for attending tonight's City Council meeting. We are live broadcasting the meeting, and welcome to all those that are joining us by live broadcast. I'd ask that if you have an opportunity to speak during the meeting, that you would use the microphone that is up here. The reason for that is the individuals that are joining us as part of the live broadcast cannot hear the comments if you make it from your seat. And if you do get the opportunity to speak, I'd ask that you introduce yourself, and if you're a Fair Oaks Ranch resident or not, or if you're just from one of the organizations, what organization you are from. All right? And thanks again for everybody being here tonight. With that, we'll move on to citizens to be heard. We have 2 individuals that signed up, and Wes Pieper. And did you want to speak as part of just citizens to be heard, not as part of the public hearing? All right. If we're lucky.
Oh, great. I had it rehearsed. I worked on it all day.
Can we hear now? Okay.
You can hear me now? All right. Start again. Wes Pieper, Fair Oaks Ranch. Regarding the property tax exemption for seniors, the over 65 exemption, council has 3 options. Option number 1, you take action and adjust the over 65 exemption for property value inflation that has occurred. Option number 2, you make no adjustment and explain to the seniors in the city why you think you are justified in letting the seniors pay a higher percentage of the property taxes each year as that exemption value deteriorates. Or option number 3, you just stay silent and let the senior exemption deteriorate another year, hoping no one notices or complains. Which option are you going to take? Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And Ms. Brimhall. Whatever makes you the most comfortable.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Brimhall, and I live on the Parkway. I'm speaking to City Council and city staff today regarding the proposed Civic Center construction project. There are many reasons why this project should not go forward at this time, but the most important reason is that it seems that y'all have not yet shared your comprehensive plan for this project with the residents. A plan that would include how the facility is to be used. Will it be available for rent, and if so, by whom? By Fair Oaks residents only, or by individuals outside Fair Oaks, organizations within or without Fair Oaks? If the facility is to be available for rent, what are the proposed hours of operation? What does the city propose to charge for the rental deposits and fees? Will rental fees be charged by the hour, by the number of attendees, or by the type of event? Will alcohol be allowed at events? Will live music or DJs be allowed? What security is available for events? Will the city or the event sponsor be responsible for hiring and paying a security guard? Who will be responsible for setup and cleanup for events? If it is the event sponsor, who will monitor to see that cleanup was sufficient and that no damage was done to the facility? How many number of new city employees required to operate the rental facility? Just a Civic Center operations manager, a secretary to handle the reservation scheduling and signing rental agreements, perhaps a bookkeeper to collect rental deposits and fees, perhaps another maintenance person assigned strictly to the Civic Center. As I was just, after I typed this, I thought, and what about insurance? How much will the city insurance bill go up for the facility and liability? I don't know. And there's utilities. But also, the number of regular and handicap parking places available for events. It's obvious that considering the proposed size of the building, which is, I think, about 5,300 square feet, and its location, parking for events with up to 200 attendees will not be adequate. Chartwell residents know this very well. I and others have posed some of these questions to City Council members and MDD board members. Among the responses have been, when the construction of the Civic Center is complete, we'll write a policy to cover these issues. No new city employees will be required. Civic Center operations will be handled by current employees. Security will be handled by our great Fair Oaks Ranch Police. Parking is not a problem. City will use the elementary school parking lot, and that's great, but I think the city needs a parking agreement signed by the school district before the Civic Center is constructed. If the city does not intend for the Civic Center to pay for its own operation, then who will pay for it? Answer is probably Fair Oaks taxpayers. There are other issues regarding the Civic Center project that must be addressed, but I'll save those for another meeting. In conclusion, I respectfully ask the City Council staff to put a hard hold on the Civic Center construction until their comprehensive plan is made and available to residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Brimhall. That was all the individuals that we did have signed up for citizens to be heard. Is there anybody here tonight that did not get an opportunity to sign up that would like to speak as part of this? Okay, and we'll move on. We do have an agenda item up here. The honorary mayor for the day was Charlie Cox. She was supposed to attend tonight's meeting, and we were going to provide her with a certificate and talk about her day. But she was a fourth grade, now fifth grade, going into fifth grade student at Fair Oaks Ranch Elementary. And she came over and spent the day with us and got the opportunity to meet with the city manager. She got to meet, we had court today. She got to sit through court and talk with the judge. We did a tour of the wastewater plant, of the water plant. And then our building codes had an inspection, wasn't a final inspection, but close to a final inspection of a new house build. And they walked her through all of the inspection criteria that they were looking through as part of the house. But I think when she left here, she was fairly tired. She was hot, but she was heading, the reason she couldn't be here is because she was heading to a cheer event tonight, part of a team event that she's a part of. But did want to recognize her since we already had it as part of the agenda, let you know that I think she had a great time, and it was great to meet her. And with that, we'll move on to our consent agenda tonight. We have 5 items on the consent agenda. First is the approval of the May 15, 2024 special city council meeting minutes. Second, approval of the May 16, 2024 regular city council meeting minutes. Third is approval of the second reading of an ordinance establishing stop signs at various intersections within the corporate limits of the city, authorizing the codification of street, stop, and yield signs in Chapter 12, Section 12.01 of the City Code of Ordinances, prescribing for a penalty of not less than $25 nor more than $500, and providing for an effective date and providing for the publication of the caption hereof. Fourth, approval and possible action approving the first reading of an ordinance amending the budget of the City of Fair Oaks Ranch for fiscal year 2023-2024 to fund $10,000 toward the Oak Wilt program. And last is approval of Councilmember Munchau's absence from the May 16th, 2024 regular city council meeting. Is there any council member that would like to remove any of the items from consent to consideration? Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, I'd like to remove item number 7, which is the Southside ordinance.
Okay. And we will move it to consideration. Anybody else? Minus item number 7, which leaves us 4 items on the consent agenda. Could I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
From Chesley. And
Second.
Second. Scott. All in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved. Next, we'll move on to our public hearings. We have 2 public hearings tonight. The first public hearing is City of Fair Oaks Ranch. City Council will conduct a public hearing to receive public testimony on a proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan to change the land use classification from rural residential to neighborhood residential for approximately 149 acres, which is generally located northwest of the intersection of Ralph Fair Road and Honeycomb Rock, platted as Oak Bend Estates. And Christina, I have the time now is 6:41, and I am opening the public hearing. And I will turn it over to Lee. Are you going to give us the presentation?
Yes, sir. Staff presentation.
And we do have a presentation that's in the packet on page 65 if anybody'd like to follow along.
Good evening, council members. I'm Lee Muñiz, Manager of Engineering Services. This presentation is for the Oak Bend Estates Land Use Amendment, or FLUME Amendment. There it goes. Oak Bend Forest LC is requesting to amend the comprehensive plan, specifically the land use map, so that the subject platted property reflects neighborhood residential instead of rural residential. This is an aerial view of the subject property showing the lot layout of the existing recorded plat. In 2018, the city adopted the current comprehensive plan, which included the city's FLUME map. The P&Z conducted a public hearing and provided the recommendations for advancement of the FLUME amendment. This is a brief description of the existing and proposed land use for the subject property. One of the main takeaways of these 2 definitions is that rural residential requires a minimum of 5 acres per lot, and neighborhood residential requires a minimum of 1 acre. Just to give you a bit of a background of the property's history up to this point. On October 2006, the subject property was annexed to Fair Oaks Ranch. September 2008, an initial water supply agreement with Oak Bend Forest LC was executed. February 2011, City Council approved the Oak Bend Estates plat of 130 1+ acre lots. June 2018, the City Council approves a zoning map placing the subject property as rural residential. Continuing on, October 2022, vested rights exist for Oak Bend Estates as of September 2008. March of this year, the previous 2008 water supply agreement was extended, reducing the lots from 130 to 110. April of this year, the Oak Bend Estates property owner submitted an application for the rezoning and FLUME amendment. There are several reasons for this amendment request and are as follows. The amendment will allow the FLUME to agree with the water supply agreement, correct the conflict with the existing recorded plat and FLUME. It is the first steps of the rezone process, which will result in a 20-lot reduction. The map to the left is the existing FLUME, which shows rural residential in orange. And the map to the right is the proposed flume showing neighborhood residential as pink. As required by the flume amendment process, public notification was provided in these three ways. The results of the 200-foot buffer zone property notifications are shown on the map that will be provided. The map has also been printed for each council member as well too in a separate attachment. There it is. Okay, that's good. As you can see here, we are at 19.2% that are against the proposed flume amendment and rezoning case. The following criteria is listed to determine if the flume amendment should be considered for approval. Promotes health, safety, and general welfare. Is the proposed amendment consistent with the elements of the comprehensive plan? Consistent with other goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan? If there are any conflicting code from the UDC or comprehensive plan that would result from the approval of this amendment. Any further criteria deemed relevant by the City Council. Staff recommends approving the flume amendment based on the listed criteria. This flume amendment is similar to the previously approved Arbor's amendment that was necessary to reflect their agreement. The amendment will permit the appropriate zone classification of neighborhood residential. It will correct the conflict between the UDC comprehensive plan and approved agreements. Will allow the applicant to continue the preliminary plat process that will result in a reduction of lots, protection of environmental features, and provide a secondary emergency exit. And this concludes the staff presentation. The next step would be if the applicant so chooses to present.
Ashley, if
Hi, good evening, Council. Thank you, Lee. My name is Ashley Fairmond. I'm with a law firm called Killen, Griffin, and Fairmond. I'm here tonight with Sitterly Homes. I'd like to introduce Frank Sitterly and Jeff Buell. They're here if there's any specific questions about the project that I can't answer, if you want more details on the homes. So I think Lee did a good job of providing some background, but I want to elaborate on it just a little bit. So in 2008, the water supply agreement was entered into for 130 LUEs. And then in 2011, the property was platted. And since then, that agreement has been fulfilled by the owner. They've been paying the water reservation fees and other obligations of that. And then obviously you all helped extend that agreement a few months ago, so we appreciate that. As part of that extension, we did reduce the number of LUEs being requested for the project from 130 to 110. So that is to allow for 106 units and then some additional LUEs for landscaping. In 2018, that's when the land use plan changed. We're not really sure why that happened, along with the zoning to be inconsistent with the plat that had already been approved. So what we're asking for, because they could proceed under the existing plat, but we feel like an amended plat with less lots that has additional environmental protection, has additional concerns regarding access to the property, and then does allow for some even bit larger lots than that 1 acre is a better plan for the project. So in order to allow for that to happen, that's why we're requesting the land use plan amendment and then obviously the rezoning that goes along with it. We think that this is a better plan, and it's, you saw the plat that currently exists. The engineers for the project are working on a revised plat so that if this is approved, the new plat would hopefully be approved by the city. That is in process right now as well. So if there are any questions specific to what's being built or the project, we're happy to answer those. But again, thank you for your consideration.
Is there anybody here tonight as part of the public hearing that would like to speak on this topic? Okay. Christine, I have the time now is 6:50, and I'm closing public comments. And any comments from City Council? And Lee, from my understanding, land was bought, was platted in 2011 under our subdivision regulations at the time
Correct.
and approved by the city.
Yes, sir.
And we did go through, we became a home rule charter city. We developed our own future land use map and zoning as part of that. And now we're at a point that the landowner, the developer, is looking at this. And they've found some karst features, I believe, on the property, and they want to build around those.
Yes, sir.
And they're adding a second entrance into the subdivision
Yes, sir.
as part of it. And so in order to make these changes, they have to pull the plat that they have currently submitted and submit a new plat.
Correct.
And so the changes that we're doing now are so that a new plat can be submitted, taking 130 lots and now at 110. I think it was 110 with three or
Correct,
four of them
110.
as open space for some reason. And so honestly, when I look at this, I think it's, one, it's environmentally doing the right thing. I think doing the right things for our city. If, in my belief, is if we were to disapprove these action items, then they could just go back and fall back on the plat that they already have approved and build it, which would be more homes
More homes.
and not protecting the karst features.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions?
And just to go off that, the zoning map conflicts with the prior agreements,
Correct.
and the zoning map does not override those agreements. Is that correct?
Yeah, the zoning map is going to be presented next on this next agenda item.
But since there's the conflict,
Correct.
do the agreements take precedent over the zoning map changes for rural?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Correct.
Anything else? And for this item, the public hearing is adjourned and no formal action at this time. We will move on to the second public hearing, which we have tonight, which is the City of Fair Oaks Ranch City Council will conduct a public hearing to receive public testimony on a rezoning application submitted by applicant Setterly Homes on behalf of the owner of Oak Bend Forest LC to change zoning classification from rural residential to neighborhood residential for 149 acres generally located northwest of the intersection of Ralph Fair Road and Honeycomb Rock, platted as Oak Bend Estates. And Christine, I have the time now is 6:53, and I'm opening the public hearing on this item. And I'll turn this back over to Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. So this public hearing is for the Oak Bend Estates zone change request. So the applicant, Oak Bend Forest LC, is following the Flume Amendment with a request for a zone change so that the subject platted property reflects neighborhood residential instead of rural residential. The zone change request is following the Flume Amendment that will allow the zoning designation to match the existing agreement. That did not change. There it is. Okay. This will also allow the zoning designation change follow the same changes made to the Flume Amendment with the comprehensive plan. The proposed new plat will have reduced lots, but will need the zone change request to be fulfilled prior to acceptance. The zone change will also correct the current conflict with the existing recorded plat and the Flume. So the map to the left is the existing zoning map, which shows rural residential in the brown. And the map to the right is a proposed zoning map showing neighborhood residential in the pink. So the criteria for review is as followed. Be consistent with the comprehensive plan, promote health, safety, general welfare of the city, compatible with nearby property, suitable for the proposed zoning, and suitable for all infrastructure and utilities based on the proposed zoning. Staff recommends approving the zone change based on the listed criteria in this slide. And this concludes the staff presentation.
Okay, thanks, Lee. Ashley, do you have anything else, y'all? Is there anybody here tonight as part of the public hearing would like to make any comments during this portion? Christine, I have the time now is 6:56, and I'm closing the public comments portion. Any comments from council? Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, I know consideration item.
It pulled the one item off of the consent agenda. With your permission, I'd like to do that one after we take a look, after we vote on the zoning and future land use map amendments, just to keep the meeting
Everybody
flowing.
okay with that? Okay,
Okay.
all right. Any other concerns on? Then I am, public hearing is adjourned on this item with no formal action. And Christine, anything else we need on the public hearings?
No, sir.
Okay. Then we'll move on to our consideration and discussion items tonight. The first item that we have up is the consideration and the possible action approving the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fair Oaks Ranch, Texas, amending the comprehensive plan to change the land use classification from rural residential to neighborhood residential for approximately 149 acres, which is generally located along the north side of Ralph Fair Road and Honeycomb Rock, generally known as Oak Bend Estates. And Lee, anything else that we need to add as part of this?
No, sir.
I
there's no other
think all the
presentation for this.
information was put out during
In
the,
the public hearing, correct.
do we have any other questions or comments from council? Do we have any questions or comments from anybody here tonight? Then could I get a motion to approve the first reading of an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan, changing the land use classification from rural residential to neighborhood residential of approximately 149 acres, generally located along the north side of Ralph Fair Road and Honeycomb Rock, generally known as Oak Bend Estates?
So moved.
Keith
I second.
and Laura, any other discussion from council? And with the motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion is approved. The second consideration item that we have on the agenda tonight is a consideration and possible action approving the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fair Oaks Ranch, Texas, amending the zoning classification from rural residential to neighborhood residential for 149 acres, generally located along the north side of Ralph Fair Road and Honeycomb Rock, generally known as Oak Bend Estates. And Lee, anything else we need to add as part of this?
No, sir.
Okay. Any comments, questions from council? Any questions, comments from anybody here tonight? All right, keep up. Then could I get a motion to approve the first reading of an ordinance amending the zoning classification from rural residential to neighborhood residential of approximately 149 acres, generally located along the north side of Ralph Fair Road and Honeycomb Rock, generally known as Oak Bend Estates?
So moved.
From Chesley, at a second.
Second.
Ruben, any other discussion from council? Then with the motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you, Lee. And thank you all for being here tonight. The next consideration item tonight is the approval of the second reading of an ordinance establishing stop signs at various intersections within the corporate limits of the city, authorizing the codification of street, stop, and yield signs in Chapter 12, Section 12.01 of the city's Code of Ordinances, prescribing for a penalty of not less than $25 nor more than $500, providing for an effective date, and providing for the publication of the caption hereof. And Laura, you want to just turn it over to you for?
Yes, thank you. So council, as you know, this ordinance is doing two things. One is it's codifying 5 stop signs that we've already approved and installed and putting it into the ordinance. That portion I do not have a problem with. That makes sense to me. The portion that I pulled this out for discussion is the new stop sign that we're proposing. Currently does not exist. We're proposing a new stop sign at Battle Intense and at Battle Intense and High Echelon. I do not feel like we have done our full due diligence before putting this in here. And I would like us to take a step back and have it looked a little bit further before going forward with this. The resident who brought this forward, I do appreciate him bringing this forward. He has brought forward to council 3 separate times. The first time and the second time, the study didn't warrant a stop sign. The third time, which was in February, I don't know of anything that's changed between the first and second time. Somehow the third time, the study said, okay, we could put a stop sign here. I don't think that's enough information for me. I don't know of any accidents that were caused by that particular portion of the intersection or that I have been aware of. I am not aware of any residents that actually live anywhere near this area. The gentleman who brought forward this intersection concern lives all the way on the other side of town. He does not live in this neighborhood. I haven't heard of any other residents bring forward concerns about that particular intersection. They have brought concerns about an intersection right next to it, so I know they are a vocal area, but not that one. And as far as I know, we have not engaged with any of the residents in this area to even ask them their opinion on the stop sign. So until we do that, then I would feel more comfortable putting a stop sign there. I just think we're just doing a little bit prematurely. And after 3 different times of looking at it, I don't understand how the third time magically it became warranted. So I'm going to make a motion to approve this agenda item. I'm going to make a motion on the agenda item just for the purpose so I can amend it. And so I'm going to say that I'm going to move to approve the second reading of this ordinance establishing the stop sign and yield signs at various city intersections and authorizing the codification of said into the city's Code of Ordinance, Chapter 12. I am making this motion for the purpose of amending after, so I ask for a second.
Second.
Okay.
Chesley.
I move to amend the motion to remove the addition of the stop sign at Battle Intense and High Echelon.
Second.
Thank you. And I've already spoken my amendment, so I won't speak again.
Any other comments from anybody else on the amendment? So we'll consider the amendment now.
Okay.
So the amendment is to remove the stop sign that is within the ordinance that is located at Battle Intense and High Echelon.
It's removing the addition of a stop sign because the stop sign doesn't exist right now.
Right.
Yeah.
But we're codifying everything else.
Yes.
I'll just say that I agree with Laura, and when this was presented to us in that first meeting, when it was voted to move forward, I actually agreed that I don't believe that it warrants a stop sign. So I'll just say I agree with Laura on this one.
Okay. Anybody else?
Well, I'm going to be the opposite. I disagree with it for a couple of reasons. Actually, this past week, I was riding my bike down Battle Intense, and a car was coming down at a actually faster, exceeding the speed limit, and just went through that intersection. So even though we haven't had accidents or we haven't had evidence of people getting hurt there, it appears that it could happen. So for my case, I'm actually for the stop sign. And I've seen it a couple of times. I walk a lot, and people probably see me out walking all the time. But I do observe that, do try to pay attention to it. Speeding is a separate issue, but if there was a stop sign there, most likely they would have stopped. If they were speeding, it would have slowed them down. So that's my comments.
Convenience versus safety, I think I have been in favor of a stop sign, but I'm also not opposed to taking a closer look. And I'm curious if we can get residents in that area and get their opinions, because I think that's a good point. How would that be done? Reach out, set up a town hall or a meeting, or?
Well, and Mayor, if you don't mind, I can answer. I mean, there's a couple of options here. We could bring it back to staff and they could start that process. We could actually make this the first item that goes to the Transportation Safety Advisory Committee. That could also be an option as well. We may not have to go through that whole process. We could probably just ask staff to engage with the residents and let us know or whatever, but that is my biggest concern. Is this is a request coming from someone who doesn't live in the neighborhood, his own anecdotal concern, and we haven't talked to any of the residents in that area.
My 2 cents on this, I apologize. I don't think we need the stop sign there. I mentioned that last time. I'm willing to go toe-to-toe with Councilman Roden.
Arm wrestle.
But yeah, I just don't believe in fixing a problem that doesn't exist. I think that if the local residents see it as a problem, then we'll go there at that time. And I do think that it may be a good opportunity for our soon-to-be initiated Traffic Safety Management Committee.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Just add one more thing that I think asking the residents in that area is one thing, but they're not the only ones that go through that intersection. You know, residents from all over the city go through the intersection. So as we look at that, and it looks like I'm the lone wolf here, but it looks like that if we do a assessment survey, we need to make it broader than just the people that live around the stop sign, because everybody uses that.
I do want to make a point out of all of us here. I'm the one that lives closest to this intersection, and I drive through it about 4 or 5 times a day, running, biking, and driving. And so out of all of us, I would say that I probably have a little bit more experience in there, and I also think I'm not 100% convinced a stop sign is needed. It does require a little bit more attention when you do that, but everyone's been driving through this intersection since the existence. Now, if the residents believe that it's warranted and the study and the accident show it, then I'm willing to consider it, but I don't think we've done our full due diligence yet.
Seen anything that's given you an indication that it warrants a stop sign there?
Like I spoke last time, doesn't hurt. I came prepared with some statistics here, if y'all have questions on those, but I mean, it's ultimately up to council.
Were you going to provide statistics, or?
If you'd like them,
You got them, let's hear them.
Yeah, so accidents took us a little bit longer, but over the past 10 years, there's 19 total accidents just along Battle and Tenth in that area, which includes all the way down to Keeneland. But just for that intersection or in the vicinity of that intersection, which includes up to Battle and Tenth High Echelon and to Fairway Valley, there were 7 accidents over the past 10 years. As far as traffic enforcement, we only had 53 stops over the past 2. Out of those 53 stops, the majority have been disregarding stop sign, except for one failed to signal turn. So.
Right, but there is another intersection right next to this intersection, which is where those residents have done most of their complaints and have brought most concerns to.
At Fairway Valley?
No, at Hansel and Battle Intense.
That's the intersection
Right,
I was
but
referring to, yeah.
this stop sign won't be going at Hansel and Battle Intense. That already has stop signs. This would be going at High Echelon and Battle Intense, and that's what I'm concerned about.
well, understand your point, but it is basically the same intersection. Close.
I beg to differ.
Okay. I mean, I support putting the stop sign in. Laura made one point that I fully agree with, is that, we had this issue that was brought to us kind of independently. And it did gain some traction through this process, and so it was looked at, and I'll have to get back to that. The portion that we've identified is to handle these type of incidents, we're now looking at a traffic safety committee, which I think is the appropriate way to go. And we should move forward with that. And if other items similar to this were to come up, I think this is what it would be a good committee to introduce these to provide the detailed information instead of trying to sift through those here at a council meeting. Looking at this intersection, when I look at it, is it a dangerous intersection? And based on the statistics and what we've seen, it's not dangerous, but I believe that it could be safer with the installation of the fourth stop sign. And I view it as a single intersection. And the reason that I say it's a little bit, well, it's because High Echelon, and to Laura's point, High Echelon does not line up directly with Hansel. But when you approach the intersection, for the ones that have the stop sign, it calls it a three-way stop, which to me says that it's a three-way stop intersection. The challenge for me when I look at it is that a lot of people come down Hansel, and they're going to make the left turn onto Battle Intense. If you don't know for sure that cars coming down Battle Intense are not going to stop, we have had near misses, I would say, that people pull out. Doesn't create an accident, but I think just having the fourth stop sign there provides the confidence and control needed there to reduce any safety risks that we may have at that intersection. I did talk to one resident that lives on High Echelon. They're very much in favor of putting that stop sign in. One, because of the safety concern that I've just already talked about, but also that a lot of the cars, I've never been out there with a radar gun, so I don't know for sure, but it is a downhill off of Battle Intense through that intersection. And some people tend to drive through that with a lot of confidence that everybody else is going to stop and yield to them as they come through the intersection. So when I look at this from my standpoint, I believe that it provides, installing the stop sign now, provides the measures that we need to provide a safer environment for our residents here in the city. And honestly, what I don't see is any reason why not to put the stop sign in. And if somebody were to provide some information, if there's some inconvenience or something related to traffic of why the stop sign is going to create an issue for us, I haven't seen it. And then beyond that, our Public Works Department did recommend putting the stop sign in, and our Public Safety Department, Chief was here last week, and I believe he recommended that we put the stop sign in. As he said earlier, it couldn't hurt.
I understand your point, Mayor. But that same intersection with the same information was presented to him twice beforehand with completely different results, and I hadn't seen something different. I'll just be a little bit pushback on here, because when this resident came forward, he requested a stop sign at two intersections, one by my house and one by your house. The one on Keeneland somehow is not going to be safer because of a four-way stop sign, but the one by my area will be safer. So you're using the same argument. Yes, any stop sign, any intersection will be safer if it's a four-way stop. But in this case, I just think that if we're going to put something in that area, we need to talk to the people in that area. They may be 100% in agreement, but I don't know that. And I haven't heard what they had to say.
To add to that, I mean, I'm not opposed to adding stop signs throughout the city where we need stop signs throughout the city, if it's warranted with studies and we find that out. But we can't go out and make every intersection safe for every person because everybody reads something differently. So I just feel like we need to have a set way that we're going to do this, and if that's the Transportation Study Committee, then I think that's how we should do it. They should present it to us, and we should go through a process. But I don't feel like we followed any kind of process with this one.
Okay.
Couldn't hurt isn't really an answer for me. That's the way I feel about it. Couldn't hurt. There's a lot of things that couldn't hurt. We can walk around and put up stop signs in other places in the city because it couldn't hurt. Is it necessary is the question.
That's fine. I mean, my view is it creates a safer environment, and that's what I was trying to propose. Did we follow a process on this? It was reviewed by our traffic engineers. They did do a presentation on it. We did have our Public Works Department presented on it, and we had our Public Safety presented on it also. I'm not sure what else we could have done as part of a process other than
Out to the residents.
and reach out to the residents. So with that, we do have any other comments? And we have, we went straight to, through the amendments, but is there anybody here that has any comments that they would like to provide on this topic? Okay. We do have an amendment on the table. The amendment is to remove the intersection, the stop sign to be established at the intersection for Battle Intense and Hansel. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye. So we have 3-2.
4.
4-2. All right. And so the amendment is approved. And so now we have a amended motion to approve the emplacement of the stop signs minus the stop sign at Battle Intense. Everybody tracking?
Repeat that.
So we have just approved an amended motion which removed the Battle Intense Hansel stop sign from the ordinance. And so now we have an amended ordinance, or amended motion, which excludes the stop sign at Battle Intense and Hansel.
This is just to codify the other
Yes. Yes.
existing.
So we had a motion, we had another.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay.
So Mayor, just so I'm clear, I saw that you have a conversation with the attorney earlier. Can this still be considered the second reading of the ordinance?
Yes.
Since we revised it, but, okay.
All in favor of the amended motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed? So that would be 5-1. The amended motion is approved. And then we did talk because it was a removal from the ordinance. There was really no issue. Significant change to the second reading, so this can go forward as a second reading. Am I?
Yes, because you didn't change anything of substance in the ordinance other than the removal of a location where it would be applicable. If you'd wanted to add something to it, then yes, it would have started over. But
Okay. Thanks, Dan.
And just for clarification, that stop sign topic will be added to the agenda for the new committee. It won't be completely.
That was going to be my next question.
Laid to
What's our
waste,
next?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
All right. I think we covered everything on it.
Thank you, appreciate the courtesy there.
Good discussion. Thank you, council. And we'll move on to our last consideration tonight was consideration and possible action approving a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a participation agreement with the Alamo Regional Security Operations Center. And Brian.
Yep. Good evening, council. Brian Lejeune, IT manager. So just to give you a little backstory. A couple of years ago, council authorized the city manager to sign an interlocal agreement with the city of Boerne. This further enhanced our portfolio in responding to or reacting to a cyber incident in the form of manpower, hardware, software, or technical assistance. At a regional IT meeting, IT staff toured the Alamo Regional Security Operations Center, as we call the RSOC. So this facility is a multi-million-dollar facility created and joint by the City of San Antonio and CPS Energy. So with that, they've formed an IT Cyber Fusion Center where information from various agencies, government levels, are collected, assessed, and communicated to its members. The RSOC also has courses available free of charge for participating organizations who have employees available to dedicate time towards learning cybersecurity skill sets. This type of knowledge would assist staff not only in the event of a cyber incident, but also help the city being more proactive in preventing such an incident. So whenever something were to happen, typically, it'll come in the form of, a phishing expedition via email. And one of the other members may get that before we do. So they would be able to pass along that information. So we have similar information channels that we receive. So we also have the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, the MSISAC. So this will be in addition to that, because there are also different agencies that the RSOC has access to. So the proposed participation agreement allows the city to participate in the RSOC at no cost for the exchange of real-time information sharing, training, and other cybersecurity initiatives. The agreement includes language similar to a non-disclosure agreement to limit information for participants so other organizations' information is kept confidential. So as I mentioned, phishing emails, so that would be one thing that we would send their way, and they would be able to report back to us about any information that we should be on the lookout for. So beyond the information sharing associated with the RSOC, their facility also boasts training rooms, conference rooms, loading docks, break rooms, and hoteling space and co-location server space. This also meets the strategic action plan for the cybersecurity framework. That's pretty much all of the points that I've hit upon for covering this. If you have any questions, I'd be more than welcome to answer them.
Any questions? And this is just to sign an agreement with them that we can participate and use their facilities and their resources.
Right, yeah.
And no cost to the city in doing this.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Plus, plus.
It's a win-win.
Do you have a question?
Yes, does this agreement say that we'll share data from our city with them?
Yes.
Which data are we sharing?
Phishing emails.
So phishing emails, not just everyday emails, so they won't have access to all of our emails?
No.
Okay, so you're going to, staff will decide what gets shared with them specifically?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Any questions from anyone here tonight? And with that, could I get a motion to approve a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a participation agreement with the City of San Antonio and CPS Energy for the Alamo Regional Security Operations Center?
So moved.
Ruben,
Second.
Keith, any other discussion from council? Motion on the table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you all.
Thank you, Council.
Thanks, Brian. Well, that completes the consideration items that we had on the agenda tonight. Next, we'll move into our workshop items. And the first item that we have up tonight is the standards of cover and utilization analysis for fire and EMS services.
Mayor, Council, Chief Morning, here to introduce Joe Pozo with Center for Public Safety Management. He is the representative here to give the presentation for this fire standards cover and utilization study. I'll turn it over to him and let him get started. He's got quite a bit of information for you.
Well, good evening, Mayor, members of council, public, staff, city manager, Joe Pozo with the Center for Public Safety Management. So the city of Fair Oaks contracted with the Center for Public Safety Management to come in and really look at the utilization, cost, and what goes into providing fire and emergency medical services, ground transport for your city. And also, that scope of work included some standards of cover information, which is really a data analysis, right? We took a deep dive into the data, and we looked at all of your risk in the city, which is very important, right? Because in fire and EMS, staffing and deployment of resources, assets, really that's really tied to the community risk. So we included all of that. And we were asked along the way to look at your emergency management, your draft emergency operations plan. And we did that as well, gave you some comments on that, as well as we sort of looked at just emergency management in general and gave you some recommendations that could improve or provide maybe some more effectiveness to how you operate when you're under an emergency. Just want to make sure which form is it? This one over here. Okay. All right, there we go. So who are we? Center for Public Safety Management. We're the exclusive provider of public safety expertise to the International City County Management Association. What we did here, we do all over the country. We do strategic planning, risk analysis for police, fire, EMS, 911 centers, workforce assessments. We've done over 400 studies in 46 states, and about 200 of those are fire and EMS related. Again, the scope of work, utilization of the contracted services you have, right? You don't have your own fire and EMS agency or agencies. You contract for those. So we took a pretty deep dive into that. Again, looked at your EOP, looked at community risk, looked at all the levels of service and what the response capabilities are. So the city itself. You've got, some pretty long-standing contractual agreements with first Leon Springs, what was Leon Springs Volunteer Fire Department, Leon Springs Fire Department, which now is Emergency Services District 4 for Bexar County. And what I'm just going to tell you all through this is, one, your fire and EMS agencies do provide very professional, contemporary services to your city. We did not find anything. We really weren't looking for anything because when you do fire and EMS analysis, and within the first 4 or 5 hours when we're doing it, we see things right away. Okay, we really didn't see a whole lot with those agencies in terms of they're not able to provide you a good quality service. There's a few things along the way that we'll talk about, all right, to give you a little bit better understanding on their response patterns and their response capabilities and what they're doing in the future. We looked at the cost, and we looked at the cost a couple of different ways, right? Cost per call, just overall contract cost, how it compares to you starting your own fire and EMS agencies or a public safety agency if you wanted to do that. And I will tell you, you have some very reasonable rates, okay, as it goes, as a contract goes, for the level of services that it takes to provide fire and EMS to a city of about 11,000 people, okay? That is going to grow, right? You just had a couple of discussions and considerations this evening about growth that look like that's on its way. And the last discussion you had on, just getting a partnership, really a contractual partnership with Bernie, with your IT and cyber attacks and things, that all goes into your emergency management. So, even things you dealt with tonight really weave into what we're going to talk about. So the contract itself with ESD4, Leon Springs, really, it's a kind of basic contract. It is sort of a level of performance, what I would call a level of performance contract, meaning they do have some performance tied to it with their response times. But it's a basic contract, tells you about people, tells you about equipment, things that they're responsible for, things that you wrote into the contract. They'll give you 24/7, 365 fire coverage and first response EMS coverage, okay? So they come in here, and in fact, most of the calls when they come into Fair Oaks Ranch really is for EMS calls, okay? Not fire or fire-related calls. Their level of performance is from the time of turnout, right, to arriving on the scene. So the turnout and the travel time together is 8 minutes. And so we'll talk about that, okay? And what I'll tell you right up front is they're not really meeting that, but there's a reason why that they're not meeting that. And I think what they did is they took what is the ESD4 contractual language, and they just kind of wove it into the contract with the city. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that, and I would think probably they will, going forward, probably extend that a little bit, because they can't meet it really until they get their new station built. And I'll show you some maps and to just tell you why they can't. There's nothing wrong with that, okay? Meaning, when you looked for somebody to provide fire services for your city a while back, okay? You looked to Leon Springs Volunteer Fire Department because they were the closest. And there really isn't anybody else around that's going to give you anything better than 8 or 9 or 10 minutes. They're just too far away. In fact, the information that we received and what is in the report to the center of the city, you know, automatic and mutual aid just takes a while, and I'll show you a slide on that. So you've got the closest, okay? And I'm going to tell you about a couple of things that you could consider as you go along that might help you improve that time and help them improve that time. But they're here 24/7, 365, just down Ralph Fair Road and out on Old Bernie Stage Road. You know where they're at. Their cost, and you know, the contract costs, way back when you got into the original agreement with Leon Springs Volunteer Fire Department, really it was based on the number of calls in Fair Oaks Ranch, okay? And what they did was, and what I think they still kind of do is, they look at the operation and maintenance cost to run that fire department, which is now, we'll just call it ESD4 now, okay? What's it cost to run those 2 stations? And then they have a formula that they apply to that, and by the amount of calls or the projected calls that will be in Fair Oaks Ranch, that's how they sort of came up with the original numbers, okay? So the contracts costs have gone up, right? And you can see there just the percent that has gone up since you engaged the current contract. And, you know, it'll go up to $528,581 beginning October 1st. So over the term of the contract, 40%, just a little above 40%. So let's talk about just fire costs, right? Because they're going to be different than the ambulance costs, and there's a reason, okay? It's just because of how each deploys. Fire deploys from static stations. That's just how fire departments do it, okay, in the United States of America. EMS, your EMS system, which large EMS systems do, they're dynamically deployed. They move those ambulances around. And so, you know, your station, when they're at the station that's assigned to Fair Oaks Ranch, it's at the quick stop just on the, I guess that's going to be on the west side of I-10, okay? And so that's where they sort of position. And they position those ambulances, and they move their entire fleet of ambulances around all day long based on where the predictable calls are. There's a computer-based system that tells their dispatchers on a big screen, here's where the predictable calls are going to happen at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 in the morning, 11 o'clock at night. And based on the amount of ambulances they have, they shift those ambulances around to where they know those calls are going to occur. So it's different, okay? So it takes 2 people in an ambulance to service Fair Oaks Ranch. If you need another one, right, they'll draw another one in from somewhere else in their system in the county. But the fire department is static. So there's 2 fire stations. There's 3 people on duty every day. They have some volunteers and some part-time staff that fill in, but really there's 3 people on duty every day. So there's 6 people from a static location that has a couple of 3, 4, 5 engines. They got a ladder truck. They got a couple of rescues. They got brush trucks. There's a lot of assets that go into the fire service, okay? So there's a lot of operations and maintenance that go with that. So that's why you will see a difference in those costs. So we looked at like cost per call, okay? So I've given you all those numbers throughout the contractual years. And so I kind of looked at it 2 different ways. They got toned out for 612 calls in the 1-year period that we looked at data. 509 times they made it into Fair Oaks Ranch. 103 times they got canceled. Happens, that's just across the country that happens, okay? You cancel before you leave, or you get canceled en route. Most of the time it's fire alarms and things like that. Hey, we don't need them anymore, so you get turned around. So I kind of figured it on both, okay? So certainly the more calls, if you want to figure all of them, the cost per call is going to be a little less. So I went back and I looked through all of the projects that I have done and that we have done as an organization, just fire departments only, right? Not fire and EMS, but fire only. And, what were the average costs? And it's about, $1,225 to $3,340 per call. And that's all across the country, okay? And it was sort of, similar fire departments or some larger, but it doesn't matter. You still have the same operation and maintenance costs. You just have more fire stations or less. So just based on that, if you look at that, it's a sort of reasonable cost that you have. Acadian Ambulance, they staff 1 ambulance. They tell you, hey, we're going to give you 1 ambulance, okay? 24 hours a day. So they'll have ambulances available to you 24 hours a day. And they have in their contract, it's written a little differently, right? From 8 to 5, they have a staffed ambulance, and it's at the station, right, that you have agreed on at the quick stop. And then at other hours, they may not have an ambulance there. But that kind of goes into that dynamic deployment. And they also do peak time staffing. They don't have the same amount of ambulances up 24 hours a day, because you don't need the same amount of ambulances up 24 hours a day, right? Because calls are less, particularly in the early, what we call the wee hours of the morning. Calls are less, right? Typically between 1 and 6 a.m. So those, systems like that do peak time dynamic staffing, they will go down. I managed a large one in Florida, and we had the same kind of schedule, same type of schedule, right? You have more ambulances up during the peak times of the day, and I'll show you how that works here in a few minutes. But that's just sort of how they staff. And there's nothing wrong with that, because you're part of a big system. With the EMS, you're part of a big system. And they're all over Bexar County, right? So you're just part of that bigger system. Now, they have what I would call a level of effort contract, okay? And what they say in their contract is the response times are what we contract with the county for, okay? In our contracts with the county. So I looked at that contract, and they say we're going to use our best effort to have a response time or a travel time of 11 minutes, 70% of the time, okay? So at the 70th percentile. So that's a kind of level of effort. So remember that, okay, as we talk about what you can do in the future. So their cost per call, a lot lower, okay? I mean, they have a pretty standard contract, and it's been that same, around 70,000 and change, through the entire contract. So you can see what the cost per call there are. And again, then I went back and looked, okay, we've done EMS only, studies. And what do they charge? Okay, so just per call, just for responses, $400 to $800 a call, and then $600 to $1,200 when they do a transport. So I was asked, okay, well, don't they get something when they transport? Yes. Almost all EMS agencies in the country, okay, other than, small volunteer agencies, they do ground transport billing. That's just the business. But that assists and that helps, right, to keep your costs down. Because for every transport, there is a certain reimbursement that they're going to get. Okay? And depending on the payer mix in the community, the higher that reimbursement is going to be. Because the Medicare and Medicaid, you can charge $1,000 per transport, but you're only going to get what Medicare and Medicaid pays. And it's not $1,000, okay? It's much, much less. It's about a third of that, okay? So, but the better payer mix you have, so meaning the more, in a community you're serving, the more they have private insurance and things such as that, good private insurance that will pay almost the entire ambulance ground transport, the more reimbursement you're going to get.
I'm quite familiar with all this stuff, but I just want to, I think maybe it's probably the first time some people have been hearing this. So for transport, we're paying for them for call,
Yes, ma'am.
and they show up. But if they transport somebody to the hospital, that costs a lot more money. The city doesn't pay for that.
You
They
do not.
bill that to the
point.
residents' insurance.
Yes, ma'am.
You assumed we knew what that
Okay.
definition meant.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Very
thank you.
good. Good, very good. Yes, they get reimbursement. Doesn't cost the city anymore, okay? Whatever they're charging you is your contractual fee. So if they ran 1,000 calls in here and it was $70,000 a year, that's just what you pay. But they didn't do it because of that. What they did was they've already looked and said, this is how many calls we know we're going to run. And so that's why they based your contract on. Is there another? Yes, sir.
Just a question on your data here, that you get 23, 24, 25. Is that 25 what the contracted per call? Because 25 hasn't happened yet. How do you figure that out?
What I did was, for each time I went forward, I just added 3% call increase. Okay? That's typically, what a smaller community like this, my experience and analysis, there's about a 3% call increase per year. So what I did was I just sort of added that so I could get that cost. And also, they have a contract that expires, okay, in April of '25. So I just used that number and applied the entire cost for that year of what it is today. Per capita, so I looked at yes, ma'am?
Mind going back just
I
a
don't
couple
mind.
slides to slide 8, just for clarification.
That one, ma'am?
One more, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Nope, keep on going. Go back to ESD4 contract costs. There we go. One more. Okay, so just to clarify here, we're paying more than 3% increase because it's not necessarily based off of the increased number of calls. The costs for them to provide the same service has increased, and I'm assuming you're going to talk to that in a future slide?
I'll talk to it now. And
Okay.
it's just, our impression, just like anywhere, okay, they've already projected, and they project when they're doing these contracts, how they're going to add people and how many people they're going to continue to add, and then what those costs are, and then what benefit costs may go up to, and what salary increases that they have already or may be planning on for their employees. So that's what drives, a lot of times, that's what drives those contractual costs up.
From your assessment, our original amount, which is about the $300,000 range, that was kind of set when it was a volunteer fire department. And since that time, they've turned into a professional, full-time, paid fire department, and now part of the ESD. They're manning more towards a fully manned firehouse to the appropriate standards,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
So would you say that is the predominant reason the costs have
Yes,
been
ma'am.
increasing?
Yes,
Not the number of calls, but it's the appropriate staffing.
Yes, ma'am. Which I would think the community would prefer.
Yes.
Okay? And I say that because when you have career staffing in the station, and this has nothing to do with a bias to volunteer or career, nothing at all from our organization. But when the bell goes off, they're going to respond.
And they have a turnout time, and you'll see what their turnout times are in our data, but they've got a turnout time of 1 or 2 minutes, and they're on the road. They're not waiting for anybody to come to the station to staff. They're not waiting for people to show up in cars, okay, to fight the fire and do those sorts of things. They're ready to go. And they have 3 on duty now at their station 132, just down the road here, and over at station 134, they have 3 as well. So they can get 2 pieces of equipment on the road right away, as long as they're not tied up on another call. So per capita, so when you put it all together, the fire per capita is $43 and change, and then the EMS is $6, almost $6.50. So you put them together just below $50, and if you just take your census household, 2.71, you multiply it all out, and it's about $134.36 a household. That's what it costs you for fire and EMS. So when I look at what reasonable is, okay, that's pretty reasonable. A lot of communities, do a fire tax, right? It's not part of their general fund. They say, hey, we're going to do a fire tax, so they assess a fire fee. And, I've seen fees much higher than that. I've seen fees lower than that because it just depends on, what's the number of properties you have. And, so when we apply that fee, how much revenue can we actually generate? So what you're trying to do there is you're just trying to generate enough revenue to pay for it. We did a community survey, right? So we wanted to know, what's community think about your fire and EMS? Well, 88% of the residents have a good overall perception of Leon Springs Fire Department. And 85% of the residents have a good overall perception of Acadian Ambulance Service. So, you're in the mid to upper 80th percentile of satisfaction. So, your community is satisfied. So we'll spend just a few minutes on this, not too long. So we looked at your community risk, right? So, environmental, you have all the typical things, right, that are going to happen to any Texas community out here, right? Flooding, drought, wildfire, extreme heat, you're living that now. Extreme winds, you have extreme temperature really in Texas, right? You can get really, really cold, you can get really, really hot, and you can get really, really wet, okay? And when you get really, really wet, you've got a creek here that comes up out of the banks, so you have some flooding issues in your city. So, hats off, you're right, on the emergency operations plan draft because, I read it very closely, commented on it, made recommendations, and it was very, very well done. You should be proud of yourself for that because it fits this right here. I mean, this is why you really write an emergency operations plan, and it's really because of all the environmental emergencies that you typically have. Those pop up. So your building risk, you look at building risk, particularly for fire services. And yours is, the greatest amount of building risk you have in your community are single-family dwellings or residential. You have some commercial, some light commercial. That's pretty much it. They're all predominantly wood frame. And you've got transportation risk. You talked about a little bit this evening. I won't get into that and don't want to, but any transportation system, right? Any transportation system is going to present itself with a risk, okay? Doesn't matter. But you've got I-10, right, that sort of runs on your western boundary. And so you have that you have to deal with as well. Population, right? It's not, your demographics aren't anything, that to talk about. There's not a lot of risk there. However, any risk with any of your population, presents an issue, right? Because they become vulnerable at that time. So anybody calls 911 who needs an ambulance, needs fire, needs police, right? They're vulnerable at that time. So it doesn't matter what the demographics are. You want to tend to that. Growth, you're going to grow. You do have areas that are ripe for development. And it's a very nice area. You have a lovely city, right? When we were here, we drove all around. You got a really nice golf course. When we were here, I think it was in late October, November, right? Deer all around your golf course. And so you have a very nice community, but it's going to continue to grow. And here's the thing with growth, okay? With growth comes increased demand on everything that you do as a municipality. That's just it. Law enforcement, fire, EMS, trash pickup, public works, everything, right? Emergency management, everything you do is going to grow with that. The fire department itself, we talked about, 509 times they, tone outs, they made it in here. Of those, 62% were EMS related and 16.2% were fire. About almost 2 calls a day, they're coming into your community. Their resources, right? 2 staff stations, 132 and 134. Here's the lineup, right? Basically, you get an engine out of both, and at 134, you get a ladder, which they're sending back or have sent back. They could be soon. They're going to send that back to get it refurbed, okay? Which is a smart thing to do because ladders cost a lot of money today. You're talking about $1.5 million just for the ladder truck itself, or more, okay? Just depending on the manufacturer or what you're buying in that ladder and what type it is. An engine today, you saw it in the numbers I gave you, and I gave you sort of a moderate end, okay, $700,000 or $800,000, but they're over $1 million. Again, depending on what type of engine you're buying and what you're putting, and how you're customizing it. But they have three career staff on. They have part-time and volunteers, right, where they can expand to staffing of 5 or more, which is very good. We don't talk about in these slides here, but there's 2 stations you have. Well, we talk about it a little bit, but right now, there's 2 stations in your city, right? 133 and 420. 133 sort of in the center, 420 sort of up on the northeast side. That has apparatus. Yes, ma'am.
So, I don't think council's used to those numbers. So 133 is the fire off right by the country club, and 420 is by Middle Creek Trail. So, sorry, we're not used to using those numbers. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can be continue. You're a good assistant tonight. So, at both of those stations, there is fire apparatus. Okay, 420 has a couple of brush trucks and an engine, and 133 has an engine as well. And from time to time, they could put some other small apparatus in there. That apparatus may not be there every day because they have to move things around, okay? But there are deployable resources there. In fact, they have deployed. And in the bigger data analysis, you'll see where they do deploy from there, and they have several times in the 1-year period that we looked at it. Demand, right? So this is fire demand. So where are all the calls happening? And most of them are detail corn in south or right around the country club or the golf course itself. And those are just all the different percentages of the different types of calls. The bigger thing there is EMS, really, they're in here more for EMS as a first response agency. And where they stabilize the patient, right? They have advanced life support crew members, so they're an ALS agency, so it doesn't matter what type of, event is going on, they can handle it for you. And that's where their EMS demand is, which is going to match pretty close to where Acadian is because they ran almost the same amount of calls into the city. Again, it's around, the golf course and then south, of Detail Corn Road. However, you're going to continue probably to develop, sort of that north area of the city. So you have to keep that in mind, okay, as we kind of go forward. Their response times, again, they have this turnout travel time of 8 minutes that they're not meeting right now. But again, that's because of where their stations are. And we'll talk a little bit about that. They're going to build a new station, somewhere around 2027, 2028. And you see there where it is, Limestone Pass Frontage Road and Ranchland View, and I've got that mapped here for you. And you can see here kind of what the difference makes. The map on the left is with the 2 current stations, and I also just left station 133 and 420 in there. But you can see, you know, the station down on Ralph Fair Road doesn't really penetrate the city, even, you know, at the, you know, 8-minute mark, which is what their benchmark is. You get some from Station 134 off of Old Bernie Stage Road. The map on the right, you see more penetration into your city. That's with the new station. So with the new station, you know, you're going to get quicker response times, okay? So now, this is, yes, ma'am? Well, here's,
Let
well,
me restate my question because I didn't have my mic on. If they man 420 Meadow Creek Trail, how would that look?
you're going to fill in all of that north, and you're going to come down, and it's going to saturate down into, you know, close to, down to Dietz Elkhorn Road. In the main report, you will see we've mapped 133, which is your station, sort of in the center of the city, and then Station 420 up in the northeast. We've mapped those travel times, and we'll talk about it now. You know, I think, you know, one of the things that you could consider, okay, with ESD4 is staffing one of those stations, 133 or 420. 420 has already been renovated, right? You've already done some renovation work there, and it could house, you know, staff 24/7. 133 hasn't, right? It would take some more renovation, but 133 is your better bet. If you want really good travel times and response times, it'd be 133. And that's where that really is where your call density is right now. So if I was going to recommend, you know, staffing a station in the city, I would recommend 3 staffing, right? Because that's what they staff at now. And there's not a lot you can do with 2 people. There's just not a lot you can do with 2 people. We as a, you know, you want to benchmark against what the national standards are, and so we talk about that in the report, about assembling an effective response force in fire so you can mitigate building fires and other types of calls, right? It's not a lot that you could do with 2 people on an engine that shows up because you got a driver and somebody else sitting in the front seat. You think about it. There's not a lot you can do. On an EMS call, yes, okay, you got 2 people, but you're leaving the engine in the street, you know, sort of unmanned or unstaffed. And so you really have 1.5 people because somebody's going to be keeping an eye on what's going on. So, and when you show up on a fire, on a building fire, 2 people are not going to do anything. One person's going to stretch a hose line, okay, but they're not going to go inside because he can't go inside. Because too many things can happen in a burning building if only one person is in there. And there's nothing the person on the outside is going to be able to do. They may not even know because they are at the pump panel making sure that the person or that there's water on the hose line. So, so you need 3, okay? So that would be 9 people. Now, if you want to discuss that with ESD4 next contract, okay, then you can expect that they will say, of course we can do that. But there's going to be a shared cost in that, all right? And we'll talk about that with Acadian as well, okay? You can improve that service, and we'll talk about that when we get it. So, but it is a consideration because you're going to see what it's going to cost if you say, hey, well, let's just start our own fire department. Let's just do that. And there's a lot of cost in that, okay? So, they have a very robust mutual aid and automatic aids, right? So that's 2 types of aid. Automatic aid is when a call comes in, your neighboring or your contiguous cities or counties or ESDs or whatever sort of system you have, they automatically respond with you. You don't have to call for them. The dispatcher just calls over to that 911 center and says, hey, we got a fire on Dietz Elkhorn Road. We need an engine and a ladder, right? So boom, they tone them out and they go. Mutual aid is more of a request from the on-scene incident commander that says, hey, I need 2 more engines, and I need an engine from here, or an engine from here, and a ladder from here, and that's a mutual agreement, and then the dispatcher makes that call to that jurisdiction, and then they send the appropriate apparatus. So, but it just takes a lot of time for people to get here. It's anywhere from 10 to 46 minutes to the center of Fair Oaks Ranch. So, you have a lot of fire departments around you. You can see the list there of this is all their mutual and automatic aid agencies. They're just not close. It's just where you are, okay? It's just where you are. That's why they're building another fire station. They're going to increase their deployable assets for their emergency services district, right? Just by adding their own station, their own people, their own equipment. Because it takes, and you'll see it in the report, the NFPA standard, National Fire Protection Association standard for a single-family dwelling, 2,000 square foot without a basement, is 17 people. 17 people. You're getting 6 if both units are in the station on the initial alarm. Now, they're going to get automatic aid and some mutual aid, but you can see it's going to take them a while. The NFPA standard says you have to assemble your effective response force for that single-family dwelling in 8 minutes to meet the standard. And they have about a 9 or 10 minutes just to get the first unit on the scene. So you can see just sort of, you're not in total alignment with that. So the district is trying to get aligned with that, right? Station 135, and I don't know what their future is, but there could be something else as well. Acadian, again, right? We didn't see anything here with Acadian Ambulance that made us nervous. And they responded 407 times into Fair Oaks Ranch, and about 70% of those resulted in transports, okay, to various hospitals. And I gave you a whole list of hospitals in the report of where they went. So that's about, that conversion rate there is about what we typically see. We typically see between 60 and 75% conversion rate on transports. This is where they're located in the county. All the way up there in sort of the top left is Fair Oaks Ranch and ESD4. This is just who they contract with now. The various ESDs, and there's a couple of cities, small cities sort of in the center there as well, is where they are located. So they post ambulances in all these locations. So how do they post those ambulances? And when we talked about peak time staffing, well, you can see where their peak time is, that red line there, about 7, 8 in the morning to, I don't know, about 8 or 9 or 10 at night. That's their peak time for calls. So Monday through Friday is when they have their largest amount of ambulances on the street. So their low is in the wee hours of the morning, and their high is in the afternoon as you get around the 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock time frame. All the way through till about 8 o'clock. So that's their peak time. And that's all data-driven. And that's how you should run that system. It's all data-driven, right? They review that data all the time and make adjustments to when they staff up ambulances. Saturday and Sunday is a little different because their data is telling them that on Saturday and Sunday, we have a lower amount of calls happening, right? And so our peaks are a little different. So on Saturday, you can see, I think their low there is 18, and then 17 on Sunday, and they tap out, into 30 or the low or the high 20s, okay? So you can see that's a dynamically deployed peak time system, which in large systems, that's how you should run it. Because you're not going to be efficient in a statically deployed system, in a large system, okay? Cities, smaller cities, even large cities that are able to deploy out of a fire-based EMS system, okay? They're able to, they do both fire and EMS. They've got assets all over the place. They've got stations all over. So they typically staff 24/7, 365. okay? And if they have to move ambulances, they just move them from station to station. Their demand sort of matches what fire is. Again, sort of along Dietz Elkhorn, right, and south and north of Dietz Elkhorn as well. You know, it's around the golf course, and then south where you have today your highest, population centers, right? Because particularly in EMS, the more population you have and where you have it sort of densified, that's where most of your calls are going to be. And I've never done one of these where that just wasn't the way it is, okay? And you can see, the types of calls that they run and, the greatest percent, right? Illness and other, those lower acuity calls, okay? Every study we've ever done, that pretty much is the highest number of calls that an EMS agency runs, okay? Just low acuity calls. And they have a system in place where they screen calls, right? Lower acuity, higher acuity. So, the very high acuity, heart attacks, chest pains, people not breathing, right? Things such as that. They will target those and they will dispatch units to those first, and then they'll hold those lower acuity calls for when they have units available. Their response times, again, they make their best effort. Okay, they have a level of effort contract, so their best effort is at the 70th percentile, 11 minutes, and they hit that. Other than in the cardiac and stroke category, and I think that's just really a statistical anomaly. The city manager and I spoke about that. I went back and looked. We didn't really see anything there that would make that any longer, other than it's just a statistical anomaly, because you can see across the board they're meeting their response times, even at a level of effort. And from where they are at the quick trip, you can see just we did a couple of different response time patterns there, and you can just see how they saturate the city from where they are. And it doesn't matter whether it's 6, 8, 10, 12 minutes, they are getting into, from where they are, they can get into where the highest demand in the city is. Emergency management. Let's just switch gears here for a minute. Here's your Oh, yes, sir. On this, sir, or go back?
So we contract with Acadian for vital service. And we talked about transport. Is that what we... We contract with Acadian to provide a service.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about transport. Is transport the primary focus of Acadian?
Yes, sir.
Or is it providing medical services as quick as possible to a site?
It's both, okay? To provide pre-hospital emergency medical services as quick as possible, and to provide transport, because they are an EMS ground transport agency. Leon Springs Fire, ESD4, they are a first response EMS agency currently, okay? And so their mission is get there, provide pre-hospital emergency medical services, stabilize the patient, package the patient at sometimes, and then when Acadian gets there, they do the transport. So they work hand in hand.
And so, our best effort to make 11 minutes. So number one, is 11 minutes a good benchmark for an ambulance service that's providing medical support to a community?
We talk about it in the report. When you set response times for EMS, you want to set them on a clinical basis, okay? And so let's start with the most fundamental clinical basis, and that's your brain begins to die 4 to 6 minutes, right? If you've ever taken a CPR class, what's the first thing they tell you? Your brain cells will begin to die at 4 to 6 minutes. So anything affecting your body's ability to oxygenate your brain and other critical organs would be a clinical time frame on when you would want some EMS agency to arrive, whether first response through fire, okay, which typically Every city, town, and county across the country, they'll send a fire apparatus to particularly high acuity calls where those, where oxygenating body organs and your critical organs could be, affected, so that they can get there, because EMS transport agencies have a tendency to get tied up. And here's why they get tied up. They're tied up because they're transporting from Fair Oaks Ranch to whatever hospital they're going to. So you're adding time to their call, okay? It's an 11-minute response time. Let's say they get there in 9 minutes. Leon Springs is there. They've packaged this critical patient, right? Everything's going good. And now they got another 15 or 20-minute ride to get to the hospital. And it could be a busy day at the hospital, got a lot of wall time at the hospital, so it could be another 15 or 20 minutes. You could have an ambulance out of service for up to an hour. Engine goes back in service right away. So you set response times, back to your question though, on clinical studies. And it's just not arbitrary. So if you want a better response time, if you want to have a EMS service, right, an EMS ground transport service in a 6 or 7 or 8 minute response time, any EMS provider will tell you you can have that. But it'll cost, because it costs to make sure that I can meet that standard. So only thing I will tell you about 11 minutes or 10 minutes and 59 seconds or 8 minutes and 59 seconds, which are all the, those are numbers that bounce around all around the country for EMS, is it a high acuity call or a low acuity call? Charlotte-Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, is a big county system like you have here. And what they've told their residents is, at low acuity calls, we will handle them as we can handle them. We're not gonna tell you we're gonna be there in 10 minutes or 11 minutes or 12 minutes. They have set a pretty long time on that, because they're low acuity calls, and they want to keep their EMS trucks available for the high acuity calls for what I just explained.
But in our contract, so we have a contract with Acadian, and they provide medical and transport services.
Yes, sir.
And right now, not a specific time within our contract, but as a company as whole, we will try to meet 11 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Based on the county's standard. And so what we're really contracting with, my understanding is, to have a unit in the area to respond to our residents.
Yes, sir.
Because if they provide any medical capability or they provide transport, it all goes back to the patient or the patient's insurance. So what we're looking for is a service that provides them within 11 minutes, I guess, is what we're looking at.
Today.
11 minutes response time. So that's why I was asking, is 11 minutes a good?
I think when you get back to your contract, and I already told the city manager, I think when you get back to that, it would probably be a better time for us to discuss, what you want as a level of performance. Because that's really what you're asking now is, what should the level of performance be? Because that's in EMS is really what you want. You want a level of performance. You want something that you can look at in a contract and say, are you getting here in 8 minutes and 59 seconds to high acuity calls, or are you getting here in 10 minutes to high acuity calls?
Right.
At maybe the 90th percentile. Fire is measured on the 90th percentile. That's the NFPA 1710 standard for a career fire department, is first arriving fire suppression unit in 240 seconds. 90% of the time. That's the standard.
So as part of looking at Acadian, did you look at Acadian as a whole or across Bexar County?
We just really looked at them as in your city.
Within our, okay.
Yes, sir. So, but I told Scott, it's okay if I call you Scott? I told Scott that we would, just we'll extend a little bit and provide him some professional, recommendations or, discussion on that. I think it'd be better for us really then to just sort of look at, holistically, what is it that you want, okay? So let's talk about it though, because we talked a little bit about, well, what happens if we do 420, right? And you would do 420 or 133 for one reason. Better response time, right? Better response time for two things. One, EMS first response, because they have, paramedics and advanced EMTs, right, and EMTs, so they're going to get there and do their thing ahead of probably Acadian. That's the first thing. Second is, for fire responses, right? I want them, to get quicker to whatever the fire emergency is. Same thing with Acadian. You could say to Acadian, and in fact we make that sort of recommendation, is, hey, I think you should explore with both. Explore with Acadian. What would it take for you to post and keep an ambulance at Station 133? What would it take? Because you know what that will get you. That's going to get you to most of your higher density calls, probably a 4 or 5 minute travel time. And they're pretty quick when they turn out, particularly in the daytime. They're pretty quick. They have pretty good turnout time. So that's worth a discussion, sir. It just is. If you want to decrease. And then I think at that point, we can give you what other systems in the country are using for high acuity, because you want to get into high acuity calls and low acuity calls, because you don't want to set a 6 minute response time for somebody whose elbow has hurt for the last 3 days, which is that's a typical 911 call. You want to save that level of performance for a high acuity call. I'm having chest pain. I'm having breathing difficulty. An accident has just occurred and somebody's maybe trapped in a vehicle and they're losing blood or what have you. It's a trauma call or a shooting or stabbing or something like that. That's what you want. That's where you want that response time. So it's better if we work with Scott and just give you, hey, here's some parameters you may want to consider.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Along that same line, since you've got both services coming to a scene, does it make sense for us to bring in that extra expense for Acadian, since usually the EMS is provided by the fire department on the scene first? I mean, they're there to take care of that high need person at that moment.
Yes, sir, because it's still going to they still probably, you're transporting almost 70% of the people who call. So yeah, right. They still have to come in. They should still come in. Although I'm sure that the chief's folks, when the ambulances that need them, they turn them around.
I'm just saying
if they get there first.
If we were to consider putting an ambulance at 133, what does that get us? Because
quicker response times, particularly on high acuity calls.
On the high acuity, so they would beat the fire department to the punch.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And they may be doing that, particularly if they're at the quick stop, they're doing that anyways now, just because it takes a while for fire to get up. You saw the map, just the travel times. Just depends on where the call is.
Not just transport, but actually to attend to the need at the moment. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Looking at your numbers, when you have like 11 minutes, so when you're doing the 70th percentile, are you taking an average of calls and saying on average it's 11 minutes? Or are you taking individual calls? Because, you can get some calls that take 25 minutes, 40 minutes if one's in Chavano Park that has to come.
We looked at, full disclosure, Acadian gave us, didn't give us all of that information. Okay, we got the monthly reports from the chief, and we did the best analysis that we could, with Acadian. So we couldn't take the deepest dive that we did with fire, because we got all their CAD data and we got all their fire reporting data. So we were able to take a deeper dive on them. That's why the maps look a little different. We did we did the demand maps for the chief based on what he gave us, and we used what Acadian gave us. So we didn't get all of the information.
How did the data look in the situation where Acadian was nowhere near the city and another ambulance service had to come in and
They didn't
respond?
provide that to us.
Yeah, see, I'm curious how many times
Well, here's
that
what
happened.
happens. But here's what happens. You know, and I'll just speak in general terms for a dynamically deployed EMS system. Okay. What happens is the unit at the Quick Trip, because their contract says they can use that unit if they if their demand increases, which, you know, it does. You saw how many units they have up, you know, at certain times of the day. So if their demand increases, they need that ambulance, they move it. So it does leave, you know, Fair Oaks Ranch vulnerable, or even unincorporated area of the county vulnerable in ESD4 that ambulance serves. So that's.
Well, I think we're especially vulnerable because we're on the edge of their dynamically
You are.
serviced district. So if most of their calls are in Chavano and all those other Bear County cities,
Right.
they have to drive all the way up I-10. I drive that. I tell you, it's not quick to come to Fair Oaks Ranch or to leave. So it's great that they're dynamically serviced, but when you're on the edge of their service region, that puts us at a big disadvantage.
It does.
Okay.
Which, one of the things as we recommend is you talk to them. What would it cost? What would it cost to put an ambulance in the city? And you dedicate that ambulance to the city of Fair Oaks. And that's your ambulance. And you don't move it. So we talked about that. But you got another option too. We're going to get to it. You got a couple of options, okay, as we go through all of this. So emergency management, great job on the plan. We crosswalked everything. We compared it to the FEMA document, right? There is a FEMA document. This is how you prepare emergency, you know, operations plans or comprehensive emergency management plans. I did that review. I crosswalked all that. Perfect job. You met all the requirements there. Great job. And I understand, Mayor, you had a lot to do with that, so you did a great job.
Well, we had a great team that helped us out.
All right, you did wonderful. We just have a couple of recommendations, right? And I didn't see this in your activation. It could happen, right? But, you know, for level 1 or level 2 EOC activation, I would specify that you have the finance director there in the EOC. And the reason is there's just so many things go on with finances, and particularly if you have a declaration and the forms you have to keep so you can get properly reimbursed. There's a lot that goes on in one of those emergencies. It's not specific in there. I would do it. And finance is one of the 4 main branches of the incident command system in emergency management.
The update's already been made to the draft.
Okay. I think, you know, just go back through, make sure everybody's got all their NIMS training and you're NIMS compliant, right? Just go back through and make sure. You know, there's different levels and different things that, you know, everybody should have depending on what they do. COOP plan, continuity of operations, you've probably got throughout the city and all your different divisions and departments. You've got pipe pieces of it. You just voted on one this evening, right? Cyber attack and having, you know, continuity of operations for that is very important. But here's what's really important in a COOP plan. Facilities. If something happens to this facility, what's next? Where are you going? If something happens across the street, where are you going? You know, if we ever have another pandemic, right? And, you know, what's the succession plan for every department director position, for every position, for the council, for everybody? What is it, right? How is that set up? So that's just continuity of operations. Certainly, you've, I'm sure, got all your IT and finance and stuff. That's all backed up somewhere. Okay, you probably have, you know, contractual agreements to do that. Everybody does it. Everybody's backs. It's all stuffed away someplace in Montana, right? In some big warehouse, okay? But that's what continuity of operations is. And then you may consider, right, just following, PPD 8 on, how you frame out, the phases of emergency management. It just kind of brings you, everybody's sort of moving towards that. And I've seen that now across the country, so that's why I put that in there. So moving forward, what do? Well, you don't have to do anything. You just kind of stay status quo, okay? That's usually the easiest, right? Let's just stay status quo. And there's some things, though, even though you're status quo, that I will get into here and recommend for you. One thing that's happening October 1st is ESD4 is going to be providing ground transport, EMS ground transport. So you have an option there. You've got another option for that now. And it certainly is worth looking into. There's going to, does two things, right? Everything's in one contract now, so you're only dealing with one. And two, there's going to be an increase in cost, right, to the fire contract if you add EMS, because they're adding 2 ambulances, right? So that's additional people. It's at least, it's adding 12 people, okay? So, there's going to be a cost to that. And that's all cranked into that whole operations and maintenance cost. So, however, as you will see, our recommendation is you start soon with Acadian, and you decide, what kind of contract you may want to negotiate next time around. Do you want a level of performance instead of a level of effort? Do you want your own ambulance dedicated to the city, right? It's worth asking, what would that cost? Doesn't hurt. Tell us what that would cost. And then you can start to make comparisons to, hey, ESD4. What would it cost if you provided our EMS transport? So, and I'm sure when they build 135, they're going to put an ambulance in there, okay? So, they're going to grow that fire service, that fire and EMS department now is going to grow. You can create your own. You say, hey, we're just going to make our own fire and EMS department. We'll do it ourselves. What's that do for you? Well, it does a couple of things. One, it gives you control. Okay, just like you have with your other public safety department, police, you have control. You're not contracting with anybody. You make all the decisions. You fund it, you make the decisions. But it costs a lot of money. I will tell you that, and we'll show you some numbers here. And so that costs you money. You could go to a public safety sort of officer department where you have fire and fire EMS and law enforcement, right? They're all kind of together, and they're all trained together, and they can do all the functions together. Status quo, again, right? Certainly EMS has stayed pretty stable, although I would expect that contract will go up only because, the calls volume probably is going to go up, right? Or they've projected it's going to go up. Again, you could negotiate the level of performance. You could negotiate a dedicated ambulance in the city. I will tell you now from experience, level of performance, if you say we want an ambulance for all the high acuity calls in this many minutes at this percentile, and for the lower acuity calls this many minutes and at this percentile, right? They'll say, yeah, we can do that. But there'll be an additional cost. Certainly for a dedicated ambulance, there will be. I will tell you, though, participating in the bigger system, as you have all these years, keeps the cost down. Fire, the agreement has gone up, but I explained to you why a fire agreement's going to go up. Since you started, they've grown, and they're going to continue to grow. They're maturing into, a professional career, or mostly career fire department. I'm sure they're going to maintain part-time people, and they'll probably maintain whatever volunteers they want to that want to maintain there until they phase out. but they're maturing into that. Now, I've been to their stations, looked at all their apparatus, and again, nothing there made us nervous at all. They're adding a station, right? It's going to help you. That station's going to help you. You saw it on the map. And what I would do with them, though, is I would, when you negotiate, hey, what are you basing all this on again? Let us be clear. What's this based on? What does your future look like, right? When you add 135, what are you putting in there? When you do this, when you do that, how are you projecting the calls and the people? So, but again, here the goal is always to maintain a sustainable, right, annualized contract. You can do the EMS ground transport as we discussed. That's okay, right? Again, you're putting two agencies into one contract, and everything there is maintaining. That's just something, that's a decision that you could do. What you should do is engage Acadian now for a very near future, because that contract is going to expire in April of 25. Well, we recommend if you get into another contract with them, get a short-term contract until September 30. That way, any successor agreements after that are all on your fiscal year, and you can base it all on your fiscal year, okay? That contract just happened the way it happened, but you need to align it with everything else, okay, so you can properly budget for that. I would weigh separate and aggregate costs, right, for both, and one with the ESD4. You can do your own, okay? But you're gonna hire a fire chief, you're gonna hire assistant fire chief and staff, and you gotta put an engine in service and an ambulance in service. That's 3 people on an engine, so that's 9, okay, right away. You probably, you may have to add 1 or 2, right, to take care of leave, or you're going to pay overtime. I just factored in overtime, okay, for everybody when they take leave. And you're going to need an ambulance, right? Takes 2 people, so that's 6 more. So, we're up to 15. I think I looked at probably 18 or 19 people when I costed everything out. But if I did it, your best bet's 133. You can see, just over, a 6 or 8 minute, travel time. It saturates your city, almost 100%. 420 can't get down, to, Dietz Elkhorn and below where your highest density is. However, you could do that one probably almost today, Chief. I mean, it's been renovated. You could probably do that one almost today. They do it now when you have bad weather and floods and wildland fires and things like that. So, you could almost do it. But 133 is your better bet, but you'd have to spend money and renovate it. So you need, you're going to have to buy equipment. Takes 2 engines to make one. Takes 2 ambulances to make one. So you've got. And then you're going to buy a couple of vehicles for the, command staff. And so you're at about $3.3 million just to get started. Then you got salary and benefits for 18 people. And then there's additional personnel costs, right? You just don't bring them on. They got to have uniforms, and there's just things that they got to have. And I listed it all out for you. At the end of the day, your first year, $5.2 to $5.3 million. You can see what the cost is, and that's much, much more than what you're paying now. Even annualized, it's much, much more than what you're paying now, okay? But that's, that's a local decision. That's something you would have to decide. Do you want to spend that much money? You could do public safety officer, right? Popular up north, okay? Michigan, Wisconsin, places like that, where police officers are trained in EMS and fire, and the on-duty officers, when a fire call comes in, they have their turnout gear in the cars, and they go to the fire, and if they're needed, right, they dress out and they help the firefighters. What that gets you here is you just reduce, you maybe don't have to have 3 on the engine. You could do it with 2 because the chief's got, police officers on in the daytime and the nighttime. 5, right, chief? Got 5, over a 24-hour period. You could do that, right? Still got a lot of costs. You still got to buy all the engines and the ambulances and all that, and you still got trained people, and you still got, salary and benefits. So again, the cost is much, much more than what you're paying now. So final comments. And I'll just say this, right? What you need to achieve is going forward is a reliable and sustainable fire and EMS service delivery system. Whatever that is. Your own. I don't know if that's sustainable in a city of 11,000, okay? Across the country, there's a lot of them, though, okay? One fire station serves it all. But that was formed, those fire departments were formed when the cities were formed, okay? It just became part of it like their police department. So, we've already told you the current contracts, right? At least we feel when we look at it are reasonable, particularly when you compare the cost to starting your own fire department or if you just did a public safety officer model. Our survey did tell us, though, that 53%, almost 54% of the people said they wouldn't mind. Your citizens that took the survey wouldn't mind paying a little bit more to have their own fire and EMS agency, okay? So, that was part of what we did. We just, we got to ask that question, right? See, what do they think?
They just didn't know how much
They
more meant.
didn't know it was going to cost $5 million first year. We didn't tell them that. We just said, hey, what do you think, right? No, but you want to know, right? That's why we did the, just did the survey.
How many people did you survey?
We posted the survey on the website. It was marketed through whatever marketing system you would tell people. And so you just had to go to your website. It was there. You just clicked on it and people took it. 181 took it. And, the whole report is in our report, so you'll have that.
I found it interesting that your comment in the report was 181 is admirable for a city your size, because to me that seems
It
so
is.
low.
Well,
It is, though.
It's admirable. Okay? It's
I
admirable.
guess that's better
All
than
right?
others, is what you're saying. Okay.
It's admirable. All right? So here's what we recommend. You just continue to optimize your contract renewal discussions, right, with both agencies. Gave you a couple of things to do, when you go talk to them. You need to ask them. You need to ask ESD4. If we take on EMS, what are we talking about, right? What's the cost? What's your projected cost over a 3-year contract? I would get with Acadian as well and see if you can get a short-term successor and then get it to align with the fiscal year. And, hey, out of the box, what's it going to cost, right? What are you thinking? Are there going to be any increases? And then if we want to go to a level of performance, which is a certain, response time for high acuity, low acuity at a percentile, or a dedicated ambulance, what would that cost? Now you'll be able to do your own comparisons, and the manager and finance department can put all that together and give you a presentation and say, here's where we're at. You certainly, could look at, and I think both of them already kind of are like this, but, a per call payment structure, right? Just based on historical calls, you could frame it around that, but I think they're both already in that mode right now. Yes, ma'am?
When you say per call payment structure, what do you mean? You still mean a fixed fee?
Yep.
Based off of the percentage of calls,
They project.
historical,
Yes, ma'am.
and of their budget?
Each would project, hey, based on historical calls, they have increased right over the last 3-year contract 1.2 or 3% a year, so we're going to continue that. And our formula for per call cost is this, so this is what we're going to charge in the contract.
So, I feel like What they're going to come back with is a much higher number than 500,000 for the out years, based off of decisions that we are not a part of, right? Because we're not in the ESD. And if we're doing per call, we're basically absorbing their decisions without input, really, right? Did you get an opportunity to look at their 5-year financial forecast
looked
and
at their-
about what they were going to increase us to?
I looked at what they have on their website, okay, but I can't pull out of that what truly is, what are they calling operational and maintenance? Because there's a couple of different things I could look at there. Here's what I'll tell you. Okay, here's what I'll tell you. As you go forward, you know about what it's going to cost if you want to start your own fire department. So that's your starter. You got to start there. Okay? And then what are we paying now compared to that? And every year that you don't start your own fire department, that cost just goes up. Okay? Because salary levels will go up, equipment's going to go up, okay? And benefits go up. So what's my starter is that, and now what are they going to charge? And if it's going to cost you almost $2 million a year to sustain your own fire department, that's just where you start. And what they come back at, you have to look at and say, well, this is less than what we would be paying if we had our own. And that's where I would start. Now, would I ask a lot of questions next time around? Yes. Before I got into a contract, tell me what your O&M, what you're basing your O&M on. Tell me how you're basing call volume. Tell me how you're constructing this contract. I need to know, because you need to know that. And then you can negotiate. You can't negotiate a contract unless you understand the basis of fully understand the basis of that contract. And I think that's a must next time around. You got to understand it. You've got to know, because you're making the decision. So use all the information that I gave you in that report. Again, you can get a level of performance with Acadian. We talked about that, right? Now, here's something that level of performance contracts bring, right? If you don't meet the level of performance, what's the consequence? A lot of level of performance contracts have consequences for not meeting the percentiles for response times. We'll just start there. If you don't meet it, it could be a $100 fine per call, paid on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, or or deducted. It's really just deducted from the next contract payment. So, and that's a level of accountability. Okay, that's a level of accountability. Now, the fire department knows, and I've showed, everybody knows now, right? Just where their stations are, that 8-minute response time, that level of performance isn't realistic, okay? So, I would think they would probably come back and maybe, extend that a little bit. But then you have to be comfortable with that, okay? You have to be comfortable with that. And you have in the report what the NFPA standard is. I would evaluate, considering, I would evaluate the ESD4, EMS ground transport service, okay? But my evaluation would include, what am I getting out of the new Acadian agreement? And then how does that compare to, ESD4? Either way you go on on ESD4 or Acadian, either way you go, again, we didn't find anything in those agencies that made us nervous, okay? Contemporary professional agencies. That's all I have.
Any additional questions? Oh, good. Any questions from anyone here tonight? Well, thank you, sir. Pretty detailed review that y'all conducted and great presentation with the information. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, sir. And as I leave you this evening, good luck. And, in your upcoming negotiations over the next, year. And I've already extended to the city manager, if he ever has any questions or, would like to talk about anything, he can reach out at any time.
And thank you also for the review of our EOP.
You did a great job.
Well, it wasn't just me, but
You and your team did a wonderful
Right.
job. You really did. That was very professionally put together and very easy to read and review.
thanks for taking it on, though.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. Have a good evening.
Need a break? Can we take, what do we need? It's 8:45. How about we'll kick back up at 8:55, 10 minutes. I have the time now. I have the time now is 8:57, and we are back in open session. And the next item that we have on the agenda is a workshop item and covers the fiscal year 2024-2025 general fund departmental budget workshop covering public works and public safety. And so before you get started, I have just a quick question really for Scott. And so I know we went through this last year, but I guess bottom line question, what do we want to get out of looking through the departmental budgets tonight? And I'll offer that because there are some things that I have questions on and some things that I may not agree with that are a part of it. Is it to that level of discussion that we want to go through, or?
I think it's to that level of discussion on what you'll see for the funded and unfunded packages. So we do like we did last year. Summer will give an overview for, and tonight the general fund, we'll do utility fund later in the process, but where we are in the general fund right now, revenues, expenditures, fund balance, high level. At the departments, we'll go through high level the changes to the budget, budget by expense category, fund, et cetera. And then they will present the new, usually one-time items that are in the budget and those that are not in the budget but were requests that were made. Those are probably the items that you will have the most questions on. I encourage those discussions. And at the end of the process, like we did last year, we'll go through and make our final selections of which items we want to
With
fund,
that
which we
being
don't.
in July or August
That would be
sometime?
in
August,
August,
September?
first meeting in August.
Okay. Okay, Summer, sorry.
That's okay. So, good evening, Summer Fleming, Director of Finance. I might reiterate some of the things that Scott just went over, but before I get started, I wanted to briefly review where we are in the budget process. So this is the first of several workshops between now and budget adoption in September, where you'll be presented with the proposed budget as prepared by staff. As Scott said, these sessions are workshops, so the intent is to have back and forth dialogue between council and staff who will present their proposed department budget. In the agenda packet, you have the complete draft budget for the general fund, as well as the strategic projects fund, equipment replacement fund, debt service fund, and now a capital projects fund, which includes proposed projects to be funded by debt. This draft incorporates a first issuance of GO bonds for roadway projects and a first issuance of certificates of obligation for drainage projects. Also included as backup material is the detail for key equipment and project requests that the departments will go over tonight, as well as detail on new personnel requests. So the budget process schedule is to work through the operating budgets first, broken up over 3 workshops. We'll go over the capital budget at the end of July, and then we'll incorporate all of those changes from the workshops into a final proposed budget in August. By that time, we'll have the final valuations from the 3 counties, so the calculated tax rate worksheet will be completed, and we'll have that when calculating the tax rate needed to support the proposed budget. So tonight, as we go through the equipment and project requests, we have noted which items are already included in the proposed budget and which ones are not currently funded. So like Scott said, the goal is, after going through all of the department budget workshops, we'll come back with another workshop to go through those unfunded items where council will determine which ones to add or how to mix and match with the items that we've already included. So I'll start with the general fund overview. Each year we begin with a review of preliminary values and exemptions. We have received preliminary values as of April 30th, and compared to tax year 2023, we're seeing an overall increase of 10%. This is in line with the assumption we used in the 5-year financial plan. Here are the current exemptions offered by the city and the state mandated exemptions. And then this slide shows the exempt value by each category. We currently have a total of $322 million of property value exempt from taxes. There is a mistake on this chart. The total in the over 65 column should be $73,233,150. but the grand total is correct on the slide. So the total amount of property value exempt represents 11.8% of total value within the city.
Summer, what did you say the over 65 number was? It's not 51, it's what?
The grand total in that column is actually 73,233,150.
It says 72.
That's
Oh,
right.
73 million, okay.
It's actually 73,233,150.
Thank you.
So this first draft budget includes the maintenance of the operating reserve at 6 months, property tax increase at 3.5% over the 2023 levy. So it's a greater percentage over the current year's budget, but as we've seen, the levy has increased slightly during the year as protests have been settled. The draft includes sales tax growth at 4% over the current year's projected amount, and franchise fees at 1% over projected, which is in line with the trend we're seeing this year. It includes a merit increase of 2.5% for eligible employees per the compensation plan, and cost of living adjustment currently at 4.4% based on the last ECI report. Similar to last year, this will likely change with the June 30th ECI report, at which time council will have that information and an opportunity to incorporate any changes into the budget. We are continuing to save for future capital replacement, and with this proposed budget, we project to end fiscal year 24-25 with $2.1 million in the unallocated fund balance. So the general fund includes a little over $11 million in revenues and about $10 million in operating expenditures. That equates to an operating surplus of more than $1 million. After the net transfer to equipment replacement fund, transferred to the strategic projects fund and capital purchases, the budget has a surplus of $426,776. Now, most of that surplus flows into the unallocated portion of fund balance. We're also adding to the 6-month reserve to stay within the current policy. And the budget includes $49,600 coming from the tree mitigation fund, and then small changes in the court restricted fund balances. So the agenda packet does include the detailed budget for all departments within the general fund, but tonight Chief Mooring will present the public safety proposed budget, and then Grant will present for public works. Are there any questions on the budget process or the budget in general?
Anybody else? Since we covered the exemption and Mr. Pieper brought it up at the beginning of the meeting, I don't think that we've ignored it. And I think we've done our due diligence in looking into it, the exemption. You know, 2 years ago, I think 2022, it was summer of 22 that we approved it for fiscal year 23. We've had 2 years that prior to that, we had a $20,000 over 65 exemption that was in place for a while. And it looks like the inflation started somewhere around 2020. Is where we started to experience an increase in appraisal values. 2022, the summer of 22 for 23, we increased it to 50,000. And so you brought up the comment that the exemption has lost its value when compared to the appraisal values. And I think that's an accurate statement. Appraisal values have continued to go up on average, I think 10% every year. I think market values have exceeded that, and so the appraisal districts have taken advantage of it, and they're doing the 10% each year. The piece that I've looked at is the bottom line to me is the amount of taxes that our residents are paying in property taxes to the city. And so even though the value of your 50,000 when compared to the appraisal value has decreased, what this council has done over the last, I think it's 4 years, is decrease the tax rate from 37 cents to 30 cents. I mean, you disagree? Well, I just make the statement. The bottom line is that our residents are not paying additional taxes, property taxes. I mean, is that the bottom line? I mean, we want to save people money. Does the exemption really, what does the value of the exemption really matter if we're not saving people money on their property taxes? That's the bottom line. We want to reduce, or we didn't reduce, but it was keep the same amount. And so even in looking at it, there are some people that in the 3 years since 2020 have paid less. Now, it's not a whole bunch, but there are some people that have paid more, and it's not a whole bunch either. It's within the neighborhood of the 3 years of paying $30 total. So, in my view, as we look at the exemption, council has really taken on the responsibility for maintaining the property tax paid to the city. Now, this is only to the city at a certain level, and we have maintained that over the years, the last 3 or 4 years. And so if we're doing that, why do we need to increase the exemption at this time? And my concern is that we're at a point right now that we're really trying to work through the budget, and I'm not sure that right now, with only a month left, to get an exemption approved without having all of the data and the knowledge that we need to do that, if right now is the time to really consider an exemption. While we're looking back and saying, we've all been paying about the same amount of taxes for the last 3 or 4 years. Obviously you disagree, but I mean, of course. I'm addressing the question that you had.
Why I've been rather animated, rolling my eyes and shaking my head back there is, I'll address a couple of things. One, yeah, the tax rate has come down, but the only reason it has in the last few years is because the assessed values have gone up so damn much. You technically couldn't have kept the tax rate the same in several, probably the last 3 years, without exceeding what used to be called the rollback rate. That's a simple fact. It's the numbers. I'm not saying the rate didn't come down, but it came down because the assessed values went up so much. The average tax bill has not come down for Fair Oaks Ranch residents, the Fair Oaks Ranch portion. It's gone up. Last year it was the lowest increase, but go look at the actual numbers that are produced out there by the city itself, and the average tax bill has not come down for the average resident in the city. Maybe some people did that didn't get the full 10% tax or assessed value increases, but that tax rate is just one piece of the equation. The assessed value, the taxable value, is the other piece of it. And in conjunction, our tax bills have not come down. They have slowed down from the Manichas mob days when over a 5-year period.
Sir, if we could keep the comments at a...
Okay. The Manichas controlled council over a 5-year period increased the average tax bill for Fair Oaks Ranch residents by 60%. That's a fact. I've got the numbers out there. That rate of increase in our tax bill has declined significantly in the past few years. I agree with that, but it has not come down. Very few people in the city probably actually saw their tax bill come down. I'll admit the rate of increase declined, but it's still been an increase. Last year was a refresher. It was only a small increase, but for some of us that are subjected to the 10% increase in our assessed value, and I will be for another 2+ years because my market value has gone up so much. If it wasn't for the state mandated restriction on assessed value increases limited to 10% for residences, for homesteads, that's the only thing that saved me, but I'm still looking at those. My point on, I think we're getting lost in the noise on the exemption. The bottom line is, this council, the majority of you who are here, in 2022 did what I thought was the right thing on the senior exemption. Updated it for the first time in the city's history. You took it from 20,000 to 50,000, which basically put it back on par with the value of that exemption from 1988, when it was first set. In most of those years, our assessed values and market values weren't going up very fast. It declined in value slowly, but over what was a 30-year period, it amounted to a pretty big decline, and you brought it up to date. It's only been in the past couple of years that we've all been socked with these huge assessed value increases, not before then. And it's essentially, and your own numbers showed it, you're showing a taxable, or the assessed value, market value, I guess it was, 9.6% in the taxable value increase on average. It's interesting, I want to get into the numbers when we get there, is Bexar County, we're getting socked, but the two other counties, especially Comal, is much lower this year. And we've seen that differential from year to year between the counties. It's a difficult situation.
And we're really just talking about city taxes.
Okay.
But my point is
those
that
values affect it. Anyway, the bottom line is that 50,000, to bring it up to date today because of the large assessed value increases that most of us have been subjected to for 2 years now, it should be 60,000. My numbers, they're not exact, but I think when we get the actual county numbers, it's going to be pretty close. And I'm just saying, by not increasing that, by not bringing it up to date every year effectively, you're letting things shift back to the old days. And the way we set the tax rate is the first thing you do is you decide, and you're going through the same process now, if this is how much we're going to collect overall in property taxes in order to cover the budget. That's a set amount. After you come up with that tax amount, the revenue, and then you allocate it to us, you calculate a tax rate based on that and the taxable values. By letting that exemption get out of date, it's meaning we're shifting a little bit from everybody else onto the senior people that have that exemption, because the exemption has gone down a little bit, has gone down in value. That's the whole point. It's not that you won't collect the money, because you're going to say at the end of the equation, this is what we want to collect in property taxes. What rate do we need to set to calculate it to get there? And you're going to do that either on an out-of-date senior exemption, or you're going to do it on an updated senior exemption. You're going to come up with the same revenue at the end. It's just a question who's going to pay for it.
Yeah, but
You're
it's
shifting a little bit from there.
the last
to
2
here.
years, we've established a no new revenue rate.
It's irrelevant. That just helps you determine what you're going to come up with at the end, but it's not limiting the impact
All
of
right.
that exemption, the bottom line.
Ultimately, my belief is it hasn't decreased, and I'll agree with that. The amount of taxes that people pay in property tax to the city, some have seen a decrease, but overall, it's probably almost flatlined with maybe a slight increase over the last 4 years.
I don't have the numbers in front of me. I guess I'll put them together. I'll put a chart together with the city's own numbers, but I don't believe that's correct. Last year was the first year that the average tax bill in the city, it only went up like 20 bucks. On average, the Fair Oaks Ranch tax bill to the average property owner. Prior to
About right.
that, it was higher than that. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but
For the over 65. That's
no,
what
for
we're talking-
everybody. I'm talking all of them.
Okay.
That's the average tax bill, period, for all
All
of
right.
them. If you want to let it shift, go ahead. It is what it is.
Okay.
If you're going to let it be out of date, and it wouldn't be such a big issue if we weren't dealing with so many of us having the 10% per year increase in our assessed values.
All right. I just wanted to address the
This one's
issue.
going up, the assessed values are going up by 10%. If you keep that exemption level, then our differential, the seniors our differential is going up by more than 10%.
Right.
It's eating into, it's shifting a little bit.
I got
It
it.
is what it is.
Have we
Thanks.
ignored it? No.
Hmm?
Have we ignored it? I would say no.
Well, you sure aren't talked about it in public and taking action on it, so that's essentially saying,
Doesn't mean that we've ignored it.
let the shift happen.
Okay.
You're gonna let the shift happen, so be it.
All right.
I'll have my Fair Oaks News headlines already, and it'll be, they're gonna let the shift happen, and so be it. That's fine. Thank you.
Mayor?
Comment?
I
Yes,
do have
sir.
a comment. You know, I think the goal here is to operate the city, and we need so many dollars, right? It's just it's whatever the budget says we have to get. It's somewhat irrelevant what the appraised values go up to, because if the values go up, we lower our rate like we did last year to just accommodate the dollars for the city. And I think we will consider the over 65, but what that does, it shifts those dollars to people under 65s. It gives the benefit only to the seniors when all residents are getting services from the city, seniors and non-seniors. So just to clarify that our taxes are going to be based on the needs of the city. The appraised values go where they are, but if the appraised values jump 40%, our tax rate is not going to go up 40%. It's going to go down by a large amount to just gather the dollars needed for covering the city's operation. So the senior exemption just shifts that burden to younger people, because we still have to gather the dollars in total for the city. So I just wanted to make that comment. That's what we will look at that as a council and determine if that makes sense or if that's fair to increase it or leave it as is. But the exemption increase has no bearing on the increase in values of the homes. It is really what it takes to operate the city. So whatever Bernie does or whatever the other cities do, that's up to them based on their own budgets and their own assessments. We have to base it on what's fair to our residents. So I don't see that we're going to ignore it at all. I think we're going to take a look at it, but we're not going to say we're going to do it or not do it. We're going to take a look at it through the process. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's
That's right.
exactly fair. I guess my point was looking at it, the value. If you look at the overall amount of property tax collected per individual, has not increased at the same rate we're seeing the appraisal rate.
That is correct, and that is my conclusion as well, because our budget's been very strict to gather just the dollars we need to operate the city, regardless of what appraisals do. So you're correct.
Okay. Anybody else? Sorry, I threw off my own timeline. Thanks, Summer.
Sure.
Good evening again, Council. Going over our budget real quick. Not working. Yeah, so.
We need a budget for a new clicker.
Joe might have worn that one out.
Right.
Can y'all just manually flip them?
So the proposed budget for the Public Safety Department is about 4.46 million, up from about 4.4 million the year before. This is about a 1.1% increase overall. The largest percentage of the budget you can see is personnel. Second, about EMS and fire, about 14%. 1% of the utility fund is used to fund portions of our budget, which are portions of the regroup, emergency notification system, and our dispatch. Then that is accurate at the bottom that we currently have 4 vacant positions. We just had 1 officer start this past Monday, so, and hopefully we have 1 to 2 more here in the next few weeks. Year-to-year changes, with the 1.1% increase, as mainly divided across personnel, our fire and EMS contracts, and our professional services, which include dispatch and animal control. Supplies and operations, basically the same, slight decrease, and capital outlay showing a pretty good decrease from the vehicles that we had this year versus next year, but it does include the $65,000 that we had in their program for the portable radio upgrades that we began this year as well. Just overall highlights, professional services includes the increase of $36,500 in our fire contract, and an estimated preliminary increase of about $58,000 in our dispatch services. So City of Fair Oaks did see a slight increase in our portion of percentage of calls into dispatch, which is accounting for that preliminary estimate, but it does not include any type of merit or COLA increases on the dispatch staff side. Chief Perez wanted me to get very clear in this preliminary estimate. Included in the $143,000 for new capital and minor equipment. The additional patrol vehicle fully outfitted. Give some history on this. Our vehicle replacement schedule had programmed for 2 replacement vehicles this year. Over the past several years, mainly beginning right about the end of 2020, we started seeing some pretty significant delays in obtaining vehicles from the manufacturer, and then those delays went over to our equipment also. So our outfitter was getting delays in getting the safety equipment, emergency lighting for the outfitting. So the past couple of years, it kind of just increased and increased and increased. Kind of culminated this past year. So last fiscal year, we had scheduled for 2 replacement vehicles. We received those vehicles in November of 2023 after ordering them at the beginning of the fiscal year. And we got with Clayton at the very beginning of this fiscal year and ordered the 3 that were scheduled to be replaced this year. And those came in way earlier than we thought at about the end of December. So we have 2 vehicles from last fiscal year just got fully outfitted and put on patrol roughly about 6 to 8 weeks ago. And the 3 that we received this year early are still sitting there waiting for the outfitting. And speaking with our outfitter, he's expecting about a mid-August delivery on the rest of the equipment they need to outfit it. So due to this, we could probably forego the replacement schedule in addition of any new vehicles because the 3 that we currently have sitting there. We could space out that outfitting, schedule them out 1 at a time, which will increase that across this next fiscal year and project us into the next budget cycle. And we should be fine as far as our fleet goes there. But that will also give us time to adjust that replacement schedule to account for those massive delays that we have seen, kind of reassess it, come back, tune it up, and then also project for the increased costs that we're seeing in the vehicles and the equipment lately. So the portable handheld radios, the $65,000, that's the remainder of the upgrades that we started from last fiscal year. After obtaining the $65,000 there, we don't need those upgrades any further unless Harris or LCRA said they want to go and reprogram everything again, which they're not projecting to do that for another, I want to say 8 to 12 years. So the TASER accessories, that's $2,000. That's just for the upkeep of the TASER cartridges and the battery packs, basically. So we have some older TASERs that are getting down in the batteries. We have to replace those. We have to replace cartridges that either get damaged or are used. That's just cover those costs. The animal services equipment, that mainly is some new catch poles for our animal services officer, some additional kennels, and then some disinfectant that they could use for the back of the truck and for the deer cooler to keep it a little bit more clean and sanitary. The portable generator, that would be for the command units for our isolated areas that we do not have access to electricity. So we have portable lights that run off electricity. We can usually plug those into an AC/DC converter in the vehicle, but if we need multiple lights, we need another power source on top of that. The portable generator would be outfitted in that command vehicle with the rest of that command module. This also includes $5,000 in new public relations supplies, the bulk of that coming out of the $3,500 for the recruitment supplies. The majority of that, the guys put it together, is the job fair recruitment material, being able to outreach, go to these job fairs, private job fairs, which we found out more recently that just being able to be included in there is going to cost us about $350 to $500 fee just for a job fair. So it's establishing all that, getting all that, basically what they call it, swag together to be able to attend those job fair and those recruiting events to increase that. And the 5K dog fun run, which we talked about the other night, thanks to Corporal Hinojosa put this together for me. It is an event that brings together our pet rescues in our areas, such as Charming Pet Rescue, Heart of Texas SPCA, and the Doggy for You Pet Rescue. The event promotes community engagement, community health, as well as pet health and community education regarding our pet and animal ordinances. Establishing that is also a pet registration function, and coordinating with our local veterinarian for a rabies vaccination clinic. And it's all in big fun, and according to this, she already has some sponsors, Fetch and Fiskers, Wolfgang, and Struddies to supply some of the material for that. And there will be prizes as collapsible dog bowls, frisbees, squeaky balls, poop bags, and handmade pup cups. So she's still working on the location of the event, but she's wanting to do it here within the city. But to do the 5K, it's going to take a couple coordination with some private entities and the HOA, more likely. So, excuse me. She's projecting to do that for next spring, either late February, early March. So, as Equipment Quest not yet funded, the Flock camera system. If you're not familiar with it, is a advanced surveillance technology that utilizes license plate reading technology. We currently have 3 subdivisions within our city utilizing this system. We believe one of them is probably about to drop off because they're going with a more internal database system. And what we're looking to do here is to basically create a net around the city utilizing these cameras. The LPR cameras, they're strategically installed, and from the proposal we have there, we basically, every ingress, egress point to the city is what we have proposed, along with 2 additional at the intersection of Deets Elkhorn and Fair Oaks Parkway. And it doesn't foolproof the entire city, but if what we've seen from the burglaries and stolen vehicles, which is the main bulk of what the incidents we deal with every year, what I could find initially looking at it is over the past 3 years, about a total of 155 burglaries and a total of roughly about 35 stolen vehicles. Out of all those cases, all but 3, the suspects are utilizing another stolen vehicle. So with this system, if a suspect steals a vehicle either out of Bernie, Kerrville, New Braunfels, San Antonio, and attempts to enter our city to commit more burglaries or steal more vehicles, this LPR system will send the alert immediately over to dispatch. Dispatch will get the alert and be able to radio the officers so we can flood the area and hopefully deter any crime from happening, and if the availability is there, to capture the suspects in the stolen vehicle. So it's also an investigative tool after the fact. If we do have a stolen vehicle or a burglary, then we can lock down a certain time, and we can look at these cameras to see who came, who went, and narrow down our suspect list off that. So,
is that data stored?
That data is stored in the Flock servers themselves. So we don't keep any of that data. We only get the alerts when either a stolen vehicle, and it's, pardon me, let me back up a little bit. And it's not just stolen vehicle. We'll get the alerts also for silver alerts, amber alerts, blue alerts. We'll get for felons that are wanted for aggravated offenses. We'll get alerts for sex offenders. And then we can also create our own hot lists, which we utilized with a local neighborhood that has Flock cameras. We were able to enter the license plate of 2 vehicles owned by a stalking suspect, and we were alerted when that suspect entered the neighborhood. So the investigative tool part, the baseline is they store the data for 30 days unless we request that they store it longer. But the search function can be, we can look for a certain type of vehicle and search the cameras for that. We can enter a license plate, search the license plates for that. But that's limited to mainly just the investigators. Officers can do it themselves, but dispatch function would not be able to do that at the dispatch level. Partnering us up, Bernie right now has been working with this program for about 2 years, a little over 2 years. I spoke to Chief Perez this morning just to get some basic numbers. They have 44 active cameras across the city right now. That I believe also includes some private neighborhoods as well as Home Depot. And they are currently integrating the same LPR system into some of their citywide cameras that they have. And I asked him, you know, have you seen any benefits from them? Have you seen any deterrents for dropping burglaries? And from what he could tell me over the phone by calling him up that well, is they've been able to intercept and at least pursue some stolen vehicles outside of the city until they enter Bexar County, which is what their policy is. And they've been able to apprehend several suspects in stolen vehicles, where they additionally recover stolen weapons from other burglaries around the area. So he says it's been a system that they've been utilizing from the emergency alert system and from the investigative side. But he said the real benefit is when that alert comes in to dispatch, dispatch is able to get those officers in that area. So, but it is a cost. The projection for the 9 cameras that we're proposing is $34,000, which includes the $3,000 per camera for the yearly subscription, plus some setup fees. And the setup fees are a little bit higher for 2 of our cameras that are on Ralph Fair Road because they require certain type of poles that TxDOT require, breakaway bases, things like that. So after that, it's $27,000 per year, and it's a 2-year agreement.
Do our guys install? Do Public Works
No.
install? Or
No.
they come in and
The
set it up?
Flock comes in and they do all the install.
Did you say a couple of our neighborhoods use these currently?
Yes, sir.
In the city?
Yeah, there's 3 private gated communities right now that utilize them. One of them has actually 2 systems, so we're not quite sure if they're going to keep the Flock system or stay with the new one they have.
Okay. They've had good results with it?
We've had some pretty good results. The third one is brand new. So when we got this proposal with Mike from Flock, they had contracted with Flock. They had not got it installed yet.
Okay.
So, but the other neighborhoods that we have been using, we had some success in there, yes. But that's because the neighborhoods granted us the access, excuse me. And one other thing, this system being a citywide system and a contract with Flock would tie directly in with the Bernie system as well. So essentially, we would just basically be widening that net around the entire community of us and Bernie. So. If you have any more questions, I'm around. The mass casualty kits, this idea came from Lieutenant Ojeda. We're seeing a lot of this coming out of several of the mass shootings around the country, most notably from the Allen Mall shooting in Allen, Texas. They found that even though the officers were on scene relatively quickly and they stopped the threat relatively quickly, they ran out of the trauma care equipment to be able to save some of the lives, which remained the tourniquets, Israeli bandages, quick lock gauze, those things. So through the Chiefs Association, through the after action for the Allen Mall shooting, they're really pushing these mass casualty care kits. And what it is basically similar to what the officers carry on them right now, which is the individual first aid kit. It has that tourniquet, that Israeli bandage, quick clot, scissors, I believe chest seals as well. But the IFACs that the officers carry, those are meant for them if they're ever injured. So we want to be able to outfit every patrol vehicle with these mass casualty care kits in the unfortunate event that we ever have to use them. But our officers are trained every single year and retrained on casualty care, casualty combat care, first aid, and CPR. So.
For the kits, is there a lifespan for how long they're good for?
Yeah, so we did check that because the older kits used to have expiration, especially for like the chest seal and the quick lot. The kits that we're looking at, the expiration dates for those two things that usually expire, they're not labeled. So we can't find any expiration dates, and we haven't seen anything that says you need to replace them. Now, granted, if they're open or if they're used, yes, we would need to replace them. So
The cloud is 5 years.
How many kits in that projected cost?
I believe that was 20 kits. No, that's not correct. I'm sorry. It was one for every vehicle. I believe that was 13 or 15. Double check. Kits. Yes, sir. Moving on, the red dot sites. The red dot sites are optics that are attached to the very top of the slide of our new service weapons, the 9mm that are authorized this year that the officers are currently carrying. The red dot sites are basically a reticle that allows the officers to, instead of focusing on the old iron sights, which are the top post and second post, it allows them to keep both eyes open, a wider range of view, and to keep eyes on the threat and assess the threat versus trying to focus on the sights when addressing it. Reverting back to some of the older days, as a firearm instructor, they always used to tell us the average was 7 to 21 feet for any officer-involved shooting, and the average is 3 to 5 rounds. That's changed from some of the data that was given to me by our current firearms guys. What they're seeing is a completely shift in the type of city you're in. So New York statistics are still showing within that 7 to 15 feet, but your more wide open, spread out areas, such as like the West Coast or Texas areas, are now showing that a majority of your shootings are happening at 15 to 21 feet or higher. Just for the West Coast analytics that did over a 2-year period, about 68% of the shootings were 21 feet or more. So these red dot reticles allow us to improve accuracy, improve officer safety, as well as reducing some liability. Don't remember the statistics, but the percentages weren't all that great for accuracy and officer-involved shootings back in the day. I believe they have improved over the years, but some of the studies and the research showing that the use of these red dot reticles is increasing that astronomically. So.
Goal to put a red dot on every slide? Is every officer going to have a red dot? Is that what your goal is?
This is the argument I had with the firearms guys. Is I'm old school. You know, I'm not used to that at all. I trained a totally different way, but they convinced me with some of the research that they showed. So we would purchase enough for every weapon, but it would be contingent upon the training that they conduct and their proficiencies with it, whether or not that stays. Okay. So when we did our qualifications with our 9mm that we purchased this year, we saw probably about 10 to 15% increase in the accuracy rate just dropping from the 40 to the 9mm, which is what we expected. So if we're not seeing that accuracy rate increase with the use of these reticles, then we wouldn't authorize them using it. So. And we do have some of those shooters that are right hand dominant but left eye dominant, which can pose some issues with red dot sights. And the personnel requests, starting off, we'll skip one here and go to the police cadet position. This is a sponsored position, similar to what we typically see historically with your larger departments, where they hire you, pay you to go through their academy, pay you to go through their training program, and put you on the street. What we're seeing from a lot of smaller departments that don't run their own academy is they've created a cadet position, which is basically same as a starting officer, but a percentage of that pay. And I believe we put it at about 80% of the starting pay, where we could go to college campuses and recruit people that have not gone through a basic academy or TECOL certified. We can do the background, verify everything in their background, hire them, sponsor them, and pay them to go through the academy. It's just another tool in our toolbox for that recruiting. Recently, we, through the city manager, approved a training agreement that we pay for the academy, but we do not pay them to go to the academy, basically. So we're paying for the training, but they're having to work as well as go to the academy as well. So it's not overly funded. Basically, we would only use it if we had an open position, which we had that salary savings there. So backing up a little bit, the reclass of the CID sergeant to administrative sergeant, no budgetary impact there. What we're looking to do is, it's a two-part with the FTE request for the lieutenant. So what we're looking to do is we're looking to narrow the focus of the single lieutenant we have right now, who oversees patrol, CID, administrative functions, vehicle maintenance, training, all the aspects there, is to take that new lieutenant position, focus them over criminal investigations and administrative duties, as well as training, vehicle maintenance, quartermaster duties, open records, and then take the other lieutenant and solely devote them over patrol. So narrow their focus down, quit stretching the one lieutenant we have extra thin, and that administrative sergeant position is now the sole person that we have over our interns, over our SROs, over the training program. Can assist with CID if they need assistance there, can assist with patrol if they need assistance there as well. That makes the administrative sergeant just a little bit more diversified, with that supervisor lieutenant still overseeing all the aspects there. Do you have any questions about those so far? Sorry. The assistant chief position, I'm not sure if they put in a slide, they didn't, but in your packet you saw the table of organization. So based on what we spoke about in the SAPs, is the continuity of leadership, is ensuring that leadership structure is there across the board. What you're looking at there in that table of organization is what we predict right now under the future build out of Fair Oaks. So 5-10 years down the road, we're fully built out. We can't annex any more land, no more houses can be built. Based on that future projection that we did a couple of years ago, the comprehensive plan, this is where we see the department ending. Like I said before, council has been outstanding in being proactive in getting our patrol officers up to staff across the patrol board, 5 per shift, to ensure that we maintain those quick response times and that we have adequate staffing on patrol, which is the, boots on the ground for what we do. Coming back off that, making sure that we have the leadership positions and administrative positions in place so that we can ensure that the service level maintains at the level that we expect them to be at, as well as ensuring that we have accountability and that we have the opportunities to lead and mentor and guide those that will be running and managing this department in 10, 15 years. So, 100% open for questions.
We're good.
And I believe that's it. Okay. Thank you, Council.
Thanks, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Grant Watanabe, the Public Works Director for the city, and I'll be presenting the proposed budget for the Public Works Department. This includes maintenance, building codes, and engineering and planning. And just note, this does not include utilities. We'll be providing a presentation on utilities in the July timeframe.
Hates you.
I know.
We need a budget for 2 of them.
All right.
That'll back up.
So bottom line up front, the budget request for the department is 3.53 million. This is a 2% increase from the current year. You can see the budget broken down by category on the left and the budget broken down by division on the right. You'll notice that the engineering department is largest, and that's because much of the annual street maintenance, that $1 million we normally spend, is part of the engineering department. We have 22 positions, of which there are currently 2 vacancies. The department's primarily funded from the general fund. There's a portion, about 13%, that comes from the utility fund. And here you can see a comparison of the proposed budget versus the current year. There are some slight increases in personnel, and I'll cover that in the next slide, as well as supplies, maintenance, and operation. There's no change in services and a decrease in capital outlays. So overall, again, for the total Public Works budget, we're looking at a 2% increase. Some of the budget highlights. The first includes a request for a new FTE. This would be a drainage maintenance lead. So this position would be necessary to create a dedicated drainage maintenance team, which would consist of this drainage maintenance lead position as well as 3 of our existing maintenance techs forming a 4-man team. The city currently owns and maintains 60 miles of right-of-way, and since the primary means of stormwater conveyance throughout our city is interconnected systems of ditches, culverts, and drainage easements, which eventually discharge to creeks, routine monitoring and maintenance is critical to keep homes and property from flooding. Over time, bar ditches get silted in and overgrown with vegetation, culverts rust through and collapse, and easements often are subject to erosion. This drainage lead position is sort of the linchpin for establishing what I'd like to call the annual drainage maintenance plan. It's very similar to the annual street maintenance plan, and it would follow a very similar process in providing a continuous inspection over the year, assessment and prioritization of where maintenance is needed, and then targeting specific areas of our drainage maintenance or of our city to focus their concerted effort on. As you're aware, the Bond Advisory Committee recommended $2.2 million in certificate of obligation bonds for 11 specific drainage projects. And while that investment is needed at this time to address the vast maintenance backlog, the future large dollar investment for maintenance related deficiencies can hopefully be avoided by supporting this drainage lead position. And then lastly, as with streets, the proper annual maintenance, timely repair of culverts, and the installation of erosion control measures is hopefully much cheaper in the long run than reconstruction or replacement. So that's the first budget highlight. Moving on to the second, this is a $60,000 increase in street maintenance. I'm not sure if you remember, but in the current year, we decreased our street maintenance to offset the cost of purchasing the fog seal machine. So at the current year, it's $840,000. We would like to request that this be increased back up to about $900,000 so that we can maintain that target ORI of our street network. I believe that was 81 or higher or 83 or higher, somewhere around there. We'd like to maintain that. The budget also includes $102,000 in capital items, of which over half is coming from the equipment replacement fund. This includes replacing 2 old Ford Explorers that we inherited from the police department. One is from 2008 and serves as our admin vehicle. This is normally the vehicle that most staff use to travel to conferences or training across the state, and it's fairly old. It's not too reliable at this point, so we would like to replace it. The second is also another Ford Explorer, and this one was used by our infrastructure inspector. He's normally always in the field whenever a new subdivision is platted. The developer normally starts with land clearing and drainage improvements, then they continue on to utility improvements. And lastly, before the houses are built, they put in the new road. So most of the time when he's out in the field, it's on unimproved conditions, and he really needs a upgraded
four-wheel drive vehicle to get out there. The next budget capital item is a tilt trailer for the fog seal machine. Again, this current year, we did buy a fog seal machine. One thing we've learned, I guess, is this fog seal machine is kind of like a squeegee Zamboni machine. It only goes 3 miles per hour. So to get from City Hall to someplace on the other side of the city takes an hour to drive. We kind of knew this at one point, but we were hoping to use one of our existing trailers. We have some equipment trailers and we have a dump trailer, but because of the configuration of the machine and all of its spray bar and components are underneath, that's fog seal machine, we cannot use an existing trailer. So the request here is to buy a tilt trailer. These tilt trailers are similar to the ones that show up when you have an accident and your vehicle is disabled. The bed tilts down and it extends all the way to the ground, and then the vehicle is able to either be winched up or drive up, and then it kind of goes back on top of the tow truck and drives away. So that's a tilt trailer. The next one is for to replace our existing walk-in cooler or deer cooler. We spend about maybe $2,000 every year on repairing either the compressor or the coils. Every time the technician comes out and tells us, hey, it's kind of on its last leg. Whenever it goes out, we always get complaints about the smell because of all the deer carcasses that are in there. And there's a lot of maggots that kind of infest the area. So the request here is not only to replace the deer cooler, but hopefully even relocate that to a more appropriate location instead of just right in the middle of the city campus. One of the locations we were talking about or just tossing around, why don't we just relocate it to the wastewater treatment plant? Kind of might make more sense, but we'll see. We'll see if this is adopted. The next capital item is to replace 2 of our garage door openers. This is over at the Public Works Maintenance Building. We are replacing 2 this year. We would like to replace 2 next year, one funded from the general fund and one funded by the utility fund. It's just that all of the garage door openers are the existing ones from when the building was first constructed, so they're fairly old and they're all starting to fail at the same time. And then last budget highlight here that's included in the budget is 2 new desktop computers for our maintenance division. Right now they have 2 shared computers for 10 people. A lot of times there's a line for folks to conduct their online training, to submit their leave requests, or even to update their work orders. So we would like to buy them 2 new desktop computers so they have a total of 4 for their department. Oh, and then the last budget highlight is related to the tree mitigation fund. We are requesting to use $49,000 of it to fund not only the Oak Wilt program, but also tree and landscape protection and other city-approved events. If this is approved, this still leaves about $100,000 in the tree mitigation fund for other future requirements.
Is that kind of the initial outlay for that process, or?
So actually, the initial outlay is happening this year. I think we just, as part of the consent agenda, we passed the second reading of the budget ordinance, putting $10,000 into the Oak Wilt program. So we're going to start advertising it, because come July 1st, people can start trimming trees. But we're going to start advertising that and letting people know that they may be eligible for reimbursement for Oak Wilt treatment costs. And we'll see what the response is at that point. Yes, sir.
I don't know if this is for you, Grant, or for you, Scott. Are the funds in the capital item, is the capital items fund itself funded enough to cover these items, or are we going to have to transfer dollars from the general fund into that to cover these?
We have an ongoing transfer to the equipment fund that's based on depreciation, so it's kind of an in and out. We fund an annual allocation, and as equipment such as this comes up, we pull it back from the equipment fund, so it's coming straight from there.
Okay, so
For the
we would just
vehicles.
be taking some of the funds going into the normal flow into the capital replenishment fund and spending it on these devices if we approve that, correct?
That's with respect to the vehicles, so.
Yes.
Right, so like the garage door openers, that's new.
Right. Yeah, I guess I just want trying to understand if we were having to fund in addition to our normal transfers, but right now that it probably is included, you would be able to cover that with our normal annual budgeted transfers?
Or, I probably need Summer's help on what the 56,700 is, but
Of,
so.
of
but-
the 102,000 requested for capital items, 56,000 is coming from the equipment replacement fund.
Oh, is that what ERF means? Okay.
It is. It's replacing, those
Okay.
are funds to replace those two vehicles. It's not covering the full cost of the new vehicles
Okay.
because we hadn't saved enough for the cost of what vehicles are now. So it is being subsidized by the equipment replacement fund for 56,700 for those vehicles.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't figure out how you could get a Ford Explorer for $30,000, so that was a good deal. Okay.
Well, that is the budgeted cost that they put in for the Ford
Okay.
Explorer based on, yeah, a
Okay,
past purchase.
excellent, okay. Thank you.
All right, now we're moving on to equipment requests that are not in the budget. The first is Ford F350 diesel dually. This would be primarily used for the drainage maintenance team. We have a gas F350 dually right now, and it struggles to pull all of the drainage equipment from the skid steer to the mini excavator, and even when they're pulling the dump trailer that's full of spoils they take out of the bar ditches, that gas truck struggles to move those heavy loads. This diesel dually would also be a crew cab truck, so the entire team can travel to the project site together. Right now, we don't have any crew cab trucks in the fleet, so whenever they would go, they would have to take multiple trucks to a project location. Hopefully, this purchase would eventually help reduce the size of our fleet. The second is the permanent radar sign, similar to what we currently have over in Battle Intense. There's been some discussion on possibly setting up some radar signs on Keeneland, but they don't have to be on Keeneland. They could also be set up on some of the other connector roads in our city there we get common speeding complaints. Similarly, two movable radar signs. We currently have them on Meadow Creek Trail. I understand the residents out there really love having them because they are pretty effective. When people see the sign that flashes at you, slow down, most people tend to slow down. So the request here is for two additional movable radar signs so that we could be used elsewhere throughout the city.
Can we put it there at where the stop sign was going to go instead? I'm just kidding, sorry.
The next piece of equipment that we're requesting, but that's not currently in the budget, is a thermoplastic remover. Most of the striping on our streets is thermoplastic. It's very, what would we say, like, I don't want to say reliable. I don't know, it works very well. It's not like regular street paint and it doesn't fade, so it's more permanent. So you don't have that, it lasts a lot longer and it takes less maintenance. But the thing is, when it comes time to apply either your slurry seal or your fog seal, that thermoplastic has to be removed first so that the new application, the new road treatments can stick. In order to remove it, we should be using a special machine to remove it. Because right now, we use a skid steer with this milling head, and then that's actually damaging the road when we're removing the striping. The next equipment request is a water tank trailer. The current trailer that we have was a homemade trailer, I don't know, many, many years ago. Not only is the trailer in poor condition, but we've got a lot of leaks in the water tank it's hauled on. We'd like to purchase a new trailer, and this would be split funded between maintenance, water, and wastewater. Maintenance uses it every time we have to close a road and do some road maintenance. Utilities often uses it whenever we have a outage affecting a large area, and they'll put it at the entrance of a subdivision. And then even wastewater uses it often when we have to wash down all of the lift stations. So this would be a shared cost. And then the last equipment request that's not funded is a message board trailer. This is kind of to help out with communications because not all of our residents are on social media or on Regroup. But when you see a big flashing electronic sign in front of your neighborhood or something, that really gets people's attention. So, I'm sorry. So again, city secretary uses it. She often asked us to put the big electronic sign at the intersection of the Parkway and Dietz for elections. We've put it up to announce town halls. We put it up to remind people there's no fireworks at times. And then again, we also use it for our street projects, our utility projects. So it's well used. And often we have to choose between competing requests of where to move this sign is, and we move it daily sometimes. So the request here is to purchase a second electronic sign trailer so we can support more of those requests and needs. All right, last slide is personnel requests that are not funded. I believe we may have talked about this during the last budget cycle about possibly considering an in-house project manager as well as a city planner. The first is the project manager position. So this position is necessary to support the large bond program and other CIP and SAP projects starting construction next year. While current staff has been able to manage many of the smaller projects recently completed or soon to be completed, many of the larger, more complex projects exceed staff bandwidth and capability. Some of these projects include the Tivoli Way drainage improvements. We have an old Fredericksburg Road waterline replacement, Willow Wind, Redbud Hill, and Rolling Acres Trail waterline replacement, the Dietz Helcorn East reconstruction, Plant 5 ground storage tank, wastewater treatment plant, phase 1 expansion, and construction of the community center. We also have several projects starting design next year as well, including the design for the Ammon Road construction and Rolling Acres Trail reconstruction. So for those of us that are involved with project management, poor and lack of contractor oversight is costly. Extended delays also impact our residents and customers whenever we have road closures or utility outages are involved. And I believe the success of this bond program and perhaps residents' willingness to support future bond programs is dependent on the city delivering projects on time, on budget, and with the least impact possible. And whenever there's unavoidable impact, clear and concise communication prior to and during construction activities would be very important. So if the project manager position is not supported, we're gonna have to leverage our our GEC basically, or some other project management firm. Just checking some of the labor rates for project managers on our on-call contracts. They range from $150 an hour to $250 an hour. And I believe this could be accomplished much cheaper by establishing our own in-house project manager position. All right, and the second personnel request that's currently not funded, again, is the city planner position. This position is necessary to support the increasing short and long-term planning requirements that current staff does not have the bandwidth to support. What we're seeing is increased interest in development. We recently heard from Oak Bend Estates, their home builder and their developer, that sounds like they're going to start moving forward after 15 years of waiting. And now's the time that they're moving forward, and we're hearing a lot of interest from a lot of the other undeveloped properties across the city. We're getting many requests for pre-development meetings. We're getting requests for vested rights determinations, variance requests, and then what will soon or likely to be is plats coming across. We haven't had plats for a while, but I believe they'll be coming soon. Staff has also provided a significant amount of time and energy in the UDC amendments. We're fortunate to adopt and get some across the finish line, specifically the statutory and regulatory amendments, but there's still a slew of policy amendments that need to be considered. In support of these policy amendments, it's not only putting together the presentations for P&Z and City Council, and not only coordinating the public hearings, but also doing the research to make sure we have reasonable justifications for all of those proposed changes. So that takes a lot of time. And my sense is that we're going to start focusing, and I know it's been mentioned before, as an update to the comprehensive plan. Sounds like there's an interest in doing that next year. That's something that the city planner could help with as well. So again, if this position is not supported, then we're going to continue to have to leverage our contract or planning consultant. Right now, we've been budgeting for $100,000 a year, but I see that potentially increasing if we don't have a city planner.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
The equipment and personnel requests not yet funded, all of those amounts, is that go into the projected 2% increase, or is that not included?
That's not included at this time.
Okay. Was there a calculation of if everything is approved that's not yet funded, what that increase would be?
We can certainly calculate. I don't think we have it now, but we can certainly calculate that.
It's what we talked about at the end of after going through all these, then we'll line up all the directorates into one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Real quick question back on the two personnel, on the project manager. How much would we save from our contract cost paying an external person to do project management? What's our current spend on that?
Right now, what we spend on our general engineering consultant is about $100,000 a year. A lot of the project management has been falling on existing staff, but with the number and the large sizes of the projects coming down the pipe, the existing staff can't support that. We're going to have to bring in outside help if we don't have an in-house project manager.
So if we fund these positions, would that contract cost, I assume, would go down or go away?
It wouldn't go away, but it would go down.
Okay, by equal amount?
I think more accurately, the increase would be much less because we're going to be doing the types of projects we haven't done before for the most part, or at least in small chunks. So if these were approved, I would propose to charge the project manager to the project costs themselves, which are through a combination of our capital and our debt fund when we issue those. So either we're charging personnel or we're charging a contract project manager.
Right,
To, as I said. So there wouldn't be a direct general fund impact, but for what's through the debt levy and for that one.
Point being, our costs are going to go up because of these new projects regardless.
Right.
I think what you're saying is, say the cost of the project that we got a bond, for instance, has a percentage of it in there that is towards somebody managing it. Normally, we would have that contractor manage it for us, and now we wouldn't have to spend it on someone else. It would be an internal person.
Yep.
So, right, yeah. Just charge your time to the project, right?
On
Thanks.
the city planner, I would actually recommend we effectively transfer the contract costs we currently pay to
That'd be kind of a wash to the bottom line, that one. Okay.
Save about 25K. No.
No.
I forgot about the tax
Yeah,
and benefits.
line 2.
Never mind. I should have added all that stuff up. But it would be our employee, right, and we would control.
Any other questions? All right. Thanks,
Thank you,
Grant.
Council.
Good rundown from both you and Chief, so thank y'all both. That completes all of the items that we had on the agenda tonight. Does any council member have any announcements that they would like to make?
I'd like to make one.
Go ahead.
June 12th, coming up here, is Women Veterans Day. And I wanted to acknowledge our city secretary as being a woman veteran. Thank you for your service. And just encourage that everybody, thank a woman veteran on that day. They picked that day because that's recognizes the Women Armed Services Integration Act that was passed on June 12th in 1948, which allowed women to start serving in the military. So just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you for your service.
Thanks, Laura. Anybody else? Sure. I had two quick announcements. If you haven't noticed, we hit May that we've already had 100-degree temperature days. I know, it's hard to believe. And then also, along with that, we have never come out of stage 2. We went into stage 2 the 1st of August last year. We've remained in it throughout the year. So bottom line is, we are starting the summer off at the well levels and the Canyon Lake level that normally we finish summer at. So what that presents is the potential for a significant drought conditions to happen this summer. So my message is, in an announcement, is that, one, we need to conserve water. We're in drought 2 right now. We need to take seriously the measures that are put into stage 2 of our drought contingency plan and to conserve the water we have. The reason we need to do that, well, one is going through summer. What we don't want to do is go into stage 3. Stage 3 is a critical condition for us, and the measures are very imposing. So what we can do to conserve our water now so that we can stave that off or at least not go into stage 3. We need to take this seriously. It's a serious condition right now. We're in a more serious condition right now than we were at the end of summer last year because we have so much more heat to go. And starting off with hot temperatures does not really set conditions well for us for going into summer. Second message I have, most of y'all heard that Ralph Fair Jr., the father of our city, passed away on May 29th at the age of 90. And we all know that he was a great presence to us all and helped the city out on many levels. Through his vision, he developed what it is that we know as the city of Fair Oaks Ranch today. And he will be a legacy to us for what he built and he contributed here. But the message that I want to pass on, a celebration of life. Ceremony is scheduled for Ralph Fair Jr. It will happen on June 14th at 2 p.m. and it's in the First Baptist Church in Bernie. The family welcomes all residents to attend the event and hear about the extraordinary life of this individual. So if you could put it on your calendars, please come. Scott, any other?
Nothing further.
Other announcements?
Thank you.
Any council members, do you have anything that you'd like to add to a future agenda? Think about it. Okay. We had no reason to go into executive session tonight, unless y'all would. All right. Christine, anything we missed or we need to cover tonight?
No, sir.
Scott, anything I missed or?
Sir?
Christine, I have the time now is 10:15 and we are adjourned.